room familiar with a company called Stackwork? So Stackwork is a company that's using Lightning Network to create a distributed workforce that competes with Mechanical Turk. So what Stackwork does is it develops a workforce in emerging markets like the Philippines, and then uses Lightning Network to pay people in real time micropayments for work like photo tagging for machine learning companies. And then Stackwork does not just that, but has also created a circular economy for that workforce so that people can use those Lightning Network payments to pay for inexpensive phones and for their minutes. And so Stackwork is addressing our real challenge, I think, of competition, which is competing against just the basic utilities of common life that an average person needs.
I guess turning over.
So I worry about that a little bit more than competing with government digital fiats.
I guess my point, or I guess maybe something to think about is, it'd be possible to maybe build something like that, a similar service with a, crypto fiat currency type hybrid. I guess, Charlie, what do you think about that? Is that something we'll see?
Well, I guess first of all, like all the fiat currencies today are mostly digital anyways, right? So people are talking about like countries launching their own cryptocurrency, but it doesn't really matter, right? Countries still want control, so it might be a cryptocurrency technically, but they can still like stop anyone's transactions or print more money out of thin air. So it doesn't really compete with Bitcoin, right? It effectively compete against Tether, but it's not the same thing, right? So I don't see any government-backed cryptocurrency competing against Bitcoin in the space where the reason why Bitcoin exists is because it's not controlled by a government. It can't be printed out of thin air, and it can't be censored. And those two properties are what makes Bitcoin valuable.
I guess, Eric, do you worry about the utility of those kind of systems, though? What if we are able to, what if there is government type fiat cryptocurrency that, just is really useful for a lot of people? In 2024, I guess, how do you think that might look?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I think about in this discussion is what the head of the Chinese Central Bank Digital Currency Initiative said regarding the Chinese DCEP. He said that one of the reasons that they're launching the Chinese digital blockchain-based yen is to curb enthusiasm in blockchain-based assets such as cryptocurrencies. One of the reasons that they're doing this is because they're seeing that the people in the retail market are starting to question whether or not the central bank fiat money is the best that we can achieve. So it's very interesting to see that cryptocurrencies are pushing central bank money issuers to innovate and develop better currencies. And I think that we are actually going to see the same way as the central bank saw it as the role to provide people with cash, like cash that is actually anonymous. I think that we might actually see central bank issued alternatives that do provide some level of anonymity. I think that they're going to do everything that they can in order to make the money that they can print, being able to print their money is the thing that is most important to them. And whether or not that money, if that has to be private, if that has to be more censorship resistant, I think that they will cling on to that power as long as they can. So I think that there will be fierce competition. It depends on how does the education propagate in society. Do people understand that if you want something that is inflation hedged, you have to go for another option? I think that that's going to be a major challenge to get people to understand. But I think that we have the upper hand here. I think that people are waking up and realizing that having a digital asset that is both a store of value and a medium of exchange is superior to what the central banks can offer.
Jameson, I guess, how do you see that? Is education really the key there? How do you see that competition?
I would be incredibly surprised, or pleasantly surprised, if central bank digital currencies added stronger privacy. If they did, I would expect it to be privacy from other people on the network, but not from the central bank itself. But really, I think what this fundamentally comes down to is, what is cryptography good for? And it's actually a double-edged sword, because cryptography can be good for privacy via encryption. The flip side is that cryptography can strip away privacy if you're using it as an identification mechanism, by essentially public keys that you're cryptographically adding signatures to different things to verify what belongs to you. And Bitcoin doesn't really do much of the first. It really does more of the latter. I expect that central bank digital currencies would actually be a point of control to make it easier for the existing banks and governments to track all of the activity happening. From the perspective of fighting crime and fraud and other illegal things, governments hate cash. So they would love to get rid of cash because of its privacy properties. And I'm sure they would much prefer to have some sort of cryptographically secure blockchain that also has easy tracing and identity management built into it. So from that perspective, that is one of the reasons why I think that it is important that Bitcoin continues to push the boundaries of what we can do with privacy. And I am excited about a number of the features that we're going to continue to see come out in Bitcoin that will help people improve their privacy.
Yeah, I want to stay on that note of competition. As we look back at the 2010s as a decade, I think you can think of them as a period of great experimentation with taking the Bitcoin design and seeing what else could be done with it. I think, a few main areas that we saw were this idea of smart contracts, right? This idea that you could run programs on a blockchain. We saw this idea of governance, that we needed to change how decisions are made within a blockchain type system. I guess going over to Elise, do you expect new innovations, or is the altcoin type experiment over that we saw over the last decade?
So I think what I expect to see is that as the Bitcoin protocol advances and allows some of what's coming down the pipeline for Bitcoin allows us to offer the same sort of value and opportunity that we saw first develop on other chains. So, for instance, I expect to see more sophisticated contracting opportunities be present by 2024, and probably much sooner than that. And so in that opportunity, I'd expect to see that companies building on top of projects like Ethereum would move over to Bitcoin, a more stable and secure blockchain that would, by that point, allow more sophisticated contracting language. And then even beyond that, in addition to what is offered through advancements at the core protocol level that create greater opportunities for sophisticated contracting, we see opportunities also in side chains like Liquid Network to compete very directly with other blockchain protocols that had emerged that had not been based on the first principles of Bitcoin. And so what's important for me as a VC is to see companies building on a stable, secure, and predictable infrastructure so that the work you're building today it doesn't need to be deeply refactored because of an infrastructure change. And so I think that you actually will see more venture activity in the Bitcoin space and in the blockchain space generally once there's a merger between the incredible functionality that some of the other protocols have had and Bitcoin's core stability. Does that answer your question, Pete?
Definitely. So Charlie, I guess moving over to you, I think in many ways you might have kicked off this great altcoin type experimentation period. Is that coming to a close? Do you think that will continue to have value in the next decade?
I think it's going to continue. I think Bitcoin is going to slowly become kind of adopt some of the things that the altcoins are experimenting with and become better and better. But there's always going to be more experimentation. Obviously, there's going to be more shitcoins and coins ICOs and stuff like that where people are just trying different things. But I think it's going to continue. There's no way it's going to just disappear and Bitcoin will be the only coin available out there, right?
Eric, do you think the same? Are we going to see a lot of cryptos go to zero? Or are we going to see that they continue to stick around? What's your view on is this going to be another multi-coin 4 years where there are many cryptocurrencies competing?
Well, I think that the main problem right now is that it's very difficult to get all the properties you want from a cryptocurrency within the same protocol. But that's a technological challenge that we have right now. Like if you look at, for example, privacy in Bitcoin, it's as an advanced user myself, I spend a lot of time mixing my coins and trying to use the tools that are available. But there's going to be a point in time when there are privacy solutions. Maybe they are based on second layer Bitcoin solutions. Maybe they appear somewhere else. But there's going to come a point in time where chain analysts are going to say, this method of transferring coins does not allow us for a useful way to distinguish who is the sender and who is the receiver and what the amounts are. When we come to that point, it's the incentives to create a new privacy coin are going to be a lot lower. I expect that by 2024, we'll have reasonably good ways to transfer cryptocurrencies anonymously in a scalable manner. And at that point, we won't see 10 or 15 new privacy coins launching trying to achieve the same goal, because we'll have something that is achieving that to a relatively reasonable degree, in the same way that we don't shift over between various encryption algorithms. We'll have something that works relatively well, and I think we'll see a lot more concentration around those use cases that do work. Of course, we'll see new developments. We're always going to see, someone coming up with a new protocol and says, this is what we should shift to. But the reason that we have so much fragmentation today is because, well, the Bitcoin, for instance, does not deliver especially super well, for example, in the privacy category. It works, but it's clunky, so that still creates an incentive for people to come up with alternative solutions. But I think that's going to decrease over time.
Let me add a bit to that. Can I add a bit to that? So a lot of people say that Bitcoin, there's no need for other altcoins because Bitcoin can do everything. But in respect to privacy, Bitcoin is conservative, right? It can't just all of a sudden add a new privacy technology. So things like Zcash, Monero, and Mimblewimble or Grin and Beam are testing three totally different privacy solutions that have different trade-offs, right? So we don't know which one is better, and there might be another one out there that is better than all three of them, right? And Bitcoin's doing privacy on the second layer right now, but some people believe you need privacy on the base layer for it to be truly private. So which is better? Is Grin better than Monero, or is Zcash the best privacy available out there? And that's something that the market will decide, right? The market will kind of figure out what's actually the best privacy on the base layer. And potentially Bitcoin will adopt it, or potentially won't. I guess in time we'll tell. We'll see. But this is something that the market will figure out.
Like you said, there's trade-offs. Generally, you're going to be trading off security whenever you're adding complexity. And we've seen a lot of security incidents on some of the protocols that have more complex features built into them. It's just harder to reason your way through all of the edge cases there. There's also trade-offs with some of the privacy applications that then make it difficult, if not impossible, to fully audit the monetary supply. So these are other fundamental principles that we start running up against, which create contention. And where is it all going to go? Nobody, I think, can say for sure, but just due to the nature of the space, no one can stop anyone from experimenting. The real question, I think, for people who launch their own standalone altcoin that's essentially its own money is, will that singular feature be enough to pull away Bitcoin's network effect? Or if it does become popular and sound enough that it starts to do that, would Bitcoin then try to adopt that technology for itself? These are the real questions that I think no one can answer, but it's great to have as many people experimenting as possible.
Yeah, speaking of that experimentation, I think we're coming out of a period in which, few protocol changes have been made to Bitcoin. Probably over the last 4 years, SegWit was the biggest. I guess sticking with Jameson, do you expect the next 4 years to be more or less conservative in terms of these changes that are actually integrated into Bitcoin?
The trajectory definitely seems to be going in the more conservative direction. In fact, when I talk to core protocol developers and have them reflect back on SegWit and the process through which that was vetted and rolled out, many of them will actually laugh and roll their eyes, because compared to the processes that we have in place today, it was fairly haphazard. And I guess we're kind of lucky that nothing went completely awry with that. But we do believe, in the next year or so, we should see Schnorr, aggregated signatures, Taproot come out. And that has been a multi-year process of people working on. So it does seem like, especially for these more complicated changes, the time frames are extending further and further because of the amount of diligence that is going into them.
And do you think that's all going to be through soft forks as we've seen, or do you think that the hard fork methodology is still something people are discussing?
If I recall correctly, I don't think that Bitcoin is going to have to do a hard fork for many decades. There may be some number overflow issue or something in there, but one of the problems I think that we continue to see as the protocol ossifies, as the network grows, is that the mere thought or idea of trying to coordinate a hard fork across a growing diversity number of people and entities that are operating with the network, it just becomes more and more difficult to even envision how that would happen unless it itself was a multi-year process.
So I guess, Eric, as you look at 2024, have there been big changes to the Bitcoin protocol?
I think that Bitcoin is doing exactly right by being conservative at the base layer and maintaining that the integrity of the protocol remains sound. And I have been for a very long time, and I'm still a bit nostalgic when it comes to talking about sidechains. I haven't really personally left the idea that experimentations should happen on sidechains and in second layers. And I'm going to say something kind of controversial here, and I really want people to understand what it is that I'm saying when I'm saying this. And I think that if we're looking at the sidechain ecosystem right now, Ethereum is the best Bitcoin sidechain. And I know, and it doesn't have to be Ethereum. It can be any other type of expressive altcoin. And I'm not saying that the token in those altcoins are going to become new forms of money or anything. I'm just saying that within these networks, such as Ethereum and other expressive layers, that's where we're seeing the major sidechain developments. And there are ways that you can crypto-economically peg Bitcoins to move into those networks. And if you want to innovate on top of Bitcoin in these weird expressive ways, as we're seeing in Ethereum with DeFi, we're just going to get our Bitcoin token crypto-economically pegged into those chains, and we'll do experimentation there. So I think we're going to see a lot of experimentation on top of Bitcoin, and it's going to be within sidechains, and that could be other mainnets. And I'm not sure those tokens on those mainnets are going to stay relevant forever. But I at least see a tremendous amount of innovation happening with Bitcoin because of those other chains.
Yeah, Charlie, I guess you were pretty big in terms of just getting SegWit as a technology pushed through. I guess, how do you look back at that experience over the next 4 years? Do you expect to see anything like that?
Well, coincidentally, today is actually the 3rd-year anniversary of Litecoin activating SegWit.
Huzzah!
Activated SegWit in 2017, May 10th. So, it's been,
so you're ready to do
3
it
years,
again,
which
right?
is for sure. I think Bitcoin will become more and more conservative on the base layer, and that's a good thing, right? Because now we're talking about 100 billion plus currency, and soon enough it will become $1 trillion currency, and you just can't risk so much by experimenting on the Bitcoin base layer. And I think that's a good thing. It's going to ossify. And more stuff will be done on the second layer and on side chains. And I agree. I think that's where we'll see more stuff being done. And that's not a bad thing.
Elise, I guess, do you have any thoughts on this protocol ossification? Is that going to be the buzzword of the next 4 years?
Sure. I think I agree with what Charlie just said. I think that it's positive um, for the Bitcoin core protocol to be hardened and for changes to be, not simple to push through. But yet, I'm still expecting to see the changes that have been referenced on this panel prior. So things like Taproot, Schnorr, the adoption of Miniscript, and I'm excited for the opportunities that opens up for entrepreneurs building on the application layer.
Interesting. So I guess thinking again, it's 2024. What are the big risks that you guys still think will be valid for Bitcoin at that time as you look at the landscape? Will there still be risks facing Bitcoin adoption? At least, I guess let's stick with you.
Risk for Bitcoin adoption in 2024.
I still think we'll be dealing with the same risks that we have today.
I hope not. So what I'm seeing on the entrepreneurial side is that founders are beginning to pay more attention to the things that drive adoption. So if you look at companies like Kaza, for instance, the company that Jameson co-founded, we see strong UI, UX, and design elements that are directly related to the value proposition, right? So Kaza's security is stronger because their design is so strong and intuitive. But not just that, not just is their security stronger, but the user base that they can serve is much broader. And that's because the technology has been put into the background, and at the foreground is just a intuitive and simple user experience. So I'm seeing a lot of that from founders, and that's quite new. I'm also seeing founders that are looking at ways to use sidechain technology and to use Lightning Network to serve broader populations, or even to serve institutions in a way that simply wasn't possible before, for instance, sidechain technology was mature to the point it is today. And so I think that the risk of adoption will be less in 2024 than it is today, and it's less today than it was at the last halvening.
Interesting. Charlie, I guess as you look out at the risks, what kind of risks will there be? More macroeconomic risks, if they're not technical risks? I guess what kind of risks do you see being most applicable to Bitcoin at that time?
Risk in terms of Bitcoin failing?
Just in terms of Bitcoin's adoption in general, right? I guess what do you we're always dealing with risks and ways to mitigate risks. What do you think will be the most valid, or the ones that we'll be struggling with at that moment?
Well, stepping back, I actually think Bitcoin is kind of inevitable. It's going to eventually replace fiat currency as the best form of money that people will be using. In terms of in 4 years, I think it'll be kind of a similar problem where kind of the user experience is an issue, right? It's still hard for people to kind of get their first Bitcoin and actually secure it, right? It's kind of a new concept, something that people have never been used to, right? They put their fiat money in a bank account, and then it's insured for them, and they have the money always there whenever they need it until it's not. But for Bitcoin, they have to secure it themselves, right? Or they trust a central exchange, which can get hacked. So this is something that, speaking back to the company Jameson is working for, Casa is really helping people secure their own coins. And more and more companies like that will come out and to help people be able to secure their coins. I think this is one of the major issues that we kind of have to figure out.
Eric, I guess do you still think it's usability that's the big risk for Bitcoin in 2024? It's still going to be, how do we use private keys? How do people have their sovereignty and still be able to use the technology?
I actually have another fear for Bitcoin, and it's very much related to the specific jurisdiction that I live in. And I think that the main problem that, as a Swede, that I have with Bitcoin are actually the tax laws. What's making it almost impossible for me to use Bitcoin is that every purchase and every usage of Bitcoin results in a very tedious tax documentation activity for me. So And it's also in Sweden we have this very strange capital gains system where if I hold Bitcoin directly and I make a profit, then I have to pay 30% tax on that. But if I hold Bitcoin in a government type of account that's called an ISK account in Sweden, I don't have to pay capital gains tax at all. But then I'm not actually holding real Bitcoins. Then I'm holding a ETN, an exchange traded note. So it means that I'm forced into custodial use in order to have an exposure to Bitcoin that isn't crippled by tax regulations. I mean, the result of that, it's perverse incentives, and the result of that is that I love non-custodial and censorship resistance, as much as the next guy. But the reality of the situation is that I haven't bought real Bitcoin since 2018. Because of the tax regulations, and that could be a way for that. I mean, that's an attack vector. It's a huge attack vector. And in Sweden, I think that these types of ETN contracts are becoming the main point of entry into Bitcoin exposure for users. And I really don't know how to solve that problem because people don't want to. I mean, they like not having to pay capital gains tax, so the choice becomes very simple, and that's very scary to me.
That's actually funny because I bought into a Swedish ETN for a little while and then almost lost everything due to the SEC, but I wrote a whole blog post about that.
So everybody, I think we're coming up. We got another 5 minutes left. I did turn on the raise hand function. I'm not sure if everyone saw that. So I'd like to maybe take a couple questions from the audience. This is a big technical leap here. If people want to raise their hands, maybe I'll just take a minute, and anybody who wants to ask a question can raise their hand, and anybody who just pressed that button because it looked like a fun thing to press can unpress it.
Sure. And I'll jump in with continuing that line. I agree with everyone else, of course, but another issue that I think not many people take seriously is actually the Bitcoin time traveler dystopian scenario, which is, what if Bitcoin really does go mainstream? What if Plan B and his stock-to-flow ratio model turns out to be true, and the people who are currently in Bitcoin become this crazy wealthy elite, and there's a mass transfer of wealth, but the rest of the world ends up, falling into disrepair and having terrible economic consequences, and they start rounding up the Bitcoiners and persecuting them? What are you going to do then?
This
that
is
would
like
be
the
terrible
Bitcoin,
for adoption.
this is like the Mad Max version. You're thinking of
pretty much.
All right. Well, I guess we know a little bit of insight into why you have your home security set up there. So, I guess audience raised hands. I'm gonna try this. So Kenneth. I'm gonna give you on air functionality here. Maybe you can come and ask your question. Kenneth, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
This is great. Yeah.
Oh, hi. Awesome. First, just want to say thanks for putting this conference together. This is very fantastic. First time VR user here. One thing I'm curious about was, I want to go back a little bit. One of you guys had mentioned something about a hard fork in some time from now. One thing I've really been curious about is what exactly, this is an open question for anyone, what exactly would a hard fork look like in terms of who's going to be directing that? How is that going to be audited? How does that process actually occur with so much at stake? And yeah.
Well, I mean, it would have to go through the Bitcoin improvement proposal process, at least theoretically. No one can enforce anything, right? So these are all recommendations and guidelines. Generally, what you try to do is build consensus for whatever your proposed change is. And whether that's a hard fork or a soft fork does not necessarily change the recommendation for how to do the process. Hard fork, of course, you would want much stronger consensus. But if that Bitcoin improvement proposal process got to the point where someone actually wrote code for it and could get it into the major implementations, and then it looked like we had general support from node operators and enterprises, this would be a fairly unprecedented thing to try to coordinate within Bitcoin. We have seen hard forks coordinated in other networks, so we have some decent guidelines to go by. So by no means is it impossible, but it's also not something that is like perfectly quantifiable.
I don't think we'll ever do a hard fork unless there's a like imminent need for one. Right? It would just be so hard to pull off to get everyone to upgrade within a certain amount of time for Bitcoin. So unless there's something like quantum computing that breaks crypto, like private key encryption, or if someone finds like a bug, an inflation bug that is causing problems that we have to fix, otherwise Bitcoin will just be broken.
What about extremely high on-chain fees?
Extremely high on-chain fees. Well, secondary
some people would say that's
want
good.
to take another. Might want to take another question here. Gonna do one more. I guess Sebastian. So I'm gonna put you on here. Can you hear us, Sebastian? Sebastian?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Back to my question. To Charlie Lee about the Litecoin and Bitcoin relationship. Is there still this whole thing with the gold and silver idea that I heard you guys talk about before? Is that still actual, or like how does that look today? That's my question.
Okay. I mean, the Litecoin is silver to Bitcoin's gold is kind of just like a marketing term, right? It's kind of a way where people kind of can easily understand how Litecoin fits in. But whatever Litecoin is to Bitcoin today is whatever people feel like it is, right? So it's not something that I dictate. This is what Litecoin is. And people use Litecoin today. Litecoin has faster confirmations and cheaper fees. They use it to move money around exchanges or for buying things. It's a useful currency, but it's pretty small compared to Bitcoin, right? The amount of value that gets transferred on the Litecoin network is in order 2 orders of magnitude less than Bitcoin. And Bitcoin is still the king, so to speak, of crypto.
And definitely
so
gonna leave a little bit of we're gonna leave a little bit of time between the next panel. So just want to do one more question. So the last one. So whoever is gonna get this, just make sure it's really good. We're gonna go with Mr. Jack Bauer from the 24 series here. Jack, can you hear us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can.
Awesome. Hey guys. Hey, appreciate you guys putting this on. This is awesome. When will banks, and not like central banks and governments, but I mean like your Wells Fargo and your Bank of America, when will they implement Bitcoin in custody? What's our prediction for year?
Well,
a while.
Yeah, I mean, the Litecoin Foundation actually partners with a bank in Germany that is looking into doing both fiat accounts and also crypto accounts at the same time. I think that'll be pretty cool when they do implement that, where users of that bank will actually have a crypto account managed by that bank.
I would be worried, though, that the banks, at least in the beginning, they wouldn't be doing their own custody. They would outsource to some other custody provider, because I think one of the American Air Force Bank or something like integrated Coinbase or something. But they're not.
Yeah, they would. Custody. They would integrate.
I think they're going to buy Coinbase,
like
probably.
BitGo or something like that. Right?
Yeah.
No, really. I think that many of the
it would be cool to see like a big bank do something like that in the near future. That'd be cool to see.
A lot of big financial institutions are going to buy some of the major cryptocurrency companies if this thing keeps on, growing. That's the strategy for them. Like we're going to see Wells Fargo buy Binance, something like that.
So Fidelity built their own custody product. They'll probably start rolling that out to more retail folks at some point.
Yeah.
Right.
Udi, do you want to come and transition us?
who's next? Thank you for hosting.
We just move
There we
off
go.
stage.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay here.
Are you on for the next panel?
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. I de-amplified my voice.
Yeah, me too.
What's up, Dan? Nice hair.
Good luck, Goody. Here.
Hey, how'd you find it?
Wed moon.
What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Okay, go up here. Follow me. And then press the top button.
Hey, so we're going to do in about
You see
5
the,
minutes,
if it's blue, that means you can
but
get
you
there.
should be able to just say whatever you want. Can you guys try to unmute yourselves and show me a sad emoji if you can't? Looks like a no. Okay.
I think I'm unmuted.
How about now?
Hello.
Yo.
All right.
Hello.
I hear you, dude. So, what's up, guys? Chilling? Just chilling, guys. Just chilling. Hello, everyone. Hi. You guys enjoying this event?
Yeah.
It's pretty cool, right? They actually asked me, I could ask a question. I wasn't prepared for that, dude. Didn't expect that.
Just ask when moon.
Yeah. Instead, I was like, oh, what's that? Fucked up question, bro. I don't know. But it's good, though. It's like good answer. I like Icon. It's pretty trippy, this. Do you have a VR on you? Or?
No, I'm PC.
Yeah, me too, man. Imagine having the VR. Pretty trippy.
People with VR headset had hands, and you have straight hands on your body because you're on PC.
Yeah. Oh, that's how you see the difference, yeah?
Yep.
Cozy Bay. No, what's your name? Kataga Bay? Kataga? Cozy?
Like center of excellence.
Yes. You have a VR. You have a VR headset, right? You're moving your hands, dude.
Yeah. Actually, the sun is shining in. That's why the tracking is a little bit confusing. My hands are just flying around.
Yeah, I can see that. So the sun is shining where you are. Here, there's no sun, bro. Here it's like cloudy,
Hey, Spencer.
dusk.
Hey,
Actually,
What's up?
I think I'm ready.
what about you?
Were you able to meet
Sweden, man.
any of the other guys?
Sweden?
Yeah, Travis was here just a second ago. Oh, he's right behind me.
Schweden, meine Freunde.
There it is.
Yeah, I think I only see you because we're not in the same instance. So,
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So who's
Nice.
with you?
I see Travis standing right next to me.
Kraken, isn't that like a German exchange or something?
Okay, Travis is good. Okay. So we're missing, I guess, Dan and Ari.
Again,
Right?
sorry?
Is it Kraken?
Yeah,
like
I
a
don't see
German
either of them
exchange?
yet.
I didn't get that.
Okay.
Kraken, the exchange Kraken. Isn't that German?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Hey, Bit Paint, what's up, bro? Come here, hang with us. Here's the cool corner.
Yeah, I can.
We're gonna start probably in about 5 minutes, but yeah, you can
Alex is
take-
right. You guys
you
also
can
cool.
come back.
Chilling here, the
You
cool
can leave and
corner.
come back whenever you
Yeah, I'm also Swede.
Also Swedish.
So,
Alex.
Yeah.
Okay, Alex.
Swedish?
Team Sweden here, bro.
Yeah, man.
Also,
Bit Paint.
Dan says he's on stage.
From Switzerland.
He
Switzerland.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see him, but I just got a message from him.
Always,
Yeah.
think about Switzerland when they say Sweden and vice versa.
Okay, let's see.
That's like
Let's
a
see
common
the
no.
message.
No, it's between France and Austria.
France and
But, yeah.
Australia.
Austria. Austria. Yeah.
It's kangaroos in your backyard.
Kraken is US based at San Francisco. It's
Bro,
not-
what are you talking about now? San Francisco?
Can you hear me?
No, you ask where it's from Kraken Exchange. It's from
Oh, yeah,
San
exactly.
Francisco. It's not
Oh,
German.
okay.
Really?
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure it's European.
I thought it was
Yeah,
European,
it's
like
not.
Germanish.
Spencer, can you ask
Dan?
who was it next to you? Except for
Travis is right over here.
Travis, right? So you can ask. Can you ask Travis to turn on air?
Travis, can you turn on, go into host tools and do your amplify and you're on air? I don't know if you can hear Udi directly.
Oh, actually, he might hear me.
I don't think he can hear you, but you can hear.
Yeah, I can't hear him.
oh, right. Now it should be
We
louder.
can. Oh, we can shut.
Yeah, man. They muted us.
Is it actually possible to mute this bubble sound?
Udi, can you hear Travis yet? Okay, Travis, when you see host tools and then amplify my voice, click go on air, and then go back over to the mic volume as well. So like 2 separate panels there.
You talking to me, Spencer?
That's you, Travis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in host tools, you can click amplify my voice and go on air.
Yeah, I did that.
Okay, those are both checked. And then over on the main menu thing where you see emojis and everything up at the top in your mic volume,
Yeah,
make sure that one's not muted. I know mine was muted before.
got it. Yeah, that's unmuted. Okay.
Okay.
Should be
It
good
should
then.
be like green now, showing like an amplify sign on that. Cool.
Yep.
Udi, can you hear Travis now?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Great. Okay. So do you guys see Dan and Harry?
I don't see Dan, no.
Okay. So
I don't see Ari either.
I'm gonna jump to.
Okay, we'll wait here.
I think you need
Dan and Ari both. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Who's that?
Yeah.
Oh, this is Jesse Powell. They're saying it.
Oh, what's up, Jesse?
Where are you, Jesse?
629.
I don't know what that means.
It's the room number, right? All right, just did it.
There's Dan.
There's Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Yep, there he is.
Heddle.
Wait.
Who said Heddle?
Spencer.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude? We're just missing Ari then, huh?
Yeah, I think he's gonna turn his on air on and off. That's what made me visible.
This is so cool.
I see him.
Am I supposed to feel nervous?
There
right
he
now?
is, Ari. What's up?
Looking pretty good at that headset.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
It's been a while, Spencer.
I know it's been a quick minute.
Yeah, give me 1 second to get everything lined up here. All right, I'm ready to go.
Oh, there's Ari. What's up, dude?
Hello. I don't know how to wave.
With your hand.
Oh,
No, he's on TV.
Oh, I had some technical issues with the Rift, so I'm actually just on 2D at the moment, unfortunately.
Oh, got it. Oh, cool. All good.
All right, Ari, I'm ready. Or Udi, I'm ready to go whenever you're ready. And what's my time? Okay. Okay, great. That sounds good to me. You guys.
After we're done with this panel, I'm gonna.
We'll put our hands in, do like a little break.
Hey.
Doing it spiritually.
What time is it? Game time.
Going back to high school football.
They need to make
After we're done.
Some VR helmets to mimic the brain damage of a football game. We're gonna play VR. You get tackled, it just hammer to the back of the head.
Lovely.
After the end of this panel, I'm gonna go stage diving into this. Run up and.
Cool.
Dan, are we about to get this started or what?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, thanks, Udi, and welcome everyone. I think this is going to be an exciting panel. we're going to cover the topic I'm sure everyone's thinking about, especially after last night, which is what happens to the price of Bitcoin around the halving. And so we're going to dive in with these three experts on all the different nuances and all the different thought processes behind how we can evaluate price performance. And, to kick this off, guys, so what can we expect the price to do around the halving? And, Ari, do you want to go ahead and take this one first?
Sure. So I don't have and haven't had a very strong opinion. We spent a lot of time trying to figure it out. And the way I tend to think about these things is really dividing markets into sets of participants. So how are the short-term traders positioned and what are they betting on? How are the miners positioned and what do they think is going to happen? What will the institutional investors do? What will Asian retail versus Western retail do? So heading into this period, the part that's most opaque to me is the Chinese miners. I just have the fewest, close relationships among that group, and most were neutral to bearish over the last couple months, both heading into the halving and coming out. They were. It wasn't so much that they expected any major capitulation. Some of them noted that unlike in 2018, you don't have that many miners with massive stockpiles of coins to sell. And on the other side, we had kind of this organic strong hand buying in the U.S., Western Hemisphere. So starting from end of March when Bitcoin fell to 3,500, there was a lot of buying by macro funds, high net worth individuals, some of the early kind of Wall Street investors, people like Pete Berger of Fortress, were buying more Bitcoin. So with all that said, the contingent that's probably going to drive things over the next few weeks are the short-term traders. There's a little bit of a narrative of buy the rumor, sell the news, of kind of buy into the halving and then sell. But I actually don't think that group is that powerful at the moment. We're seeing meaningful inflows from other. So when no one else is trading, when you don't have retail in the market, when you don't have institutional, it's kind of the short-term crypto native traders who drive the price. But when big institutional money's coming in, those guys tend to get caught off sides. They try to short sell resistance, it gets blown out, they end up buying back, then they try to sell again, they end up buying back. So with all that said, I have no opinion over the next week or 2 weeks, but I do think we're in a strong bull market that's being driven by things having nothing to do with the halving, that's being driven by just kind of fundamental organic buying among institutionals and high net worth individuals.
Spencer, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, look, so for us at Blockchain Capital, our time horizon's typically measured in years and not weeks. So, for us, it's kind of all bets are off of what will happen over the next couple of weeks. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised to see a kind of sell the news type of event here. This is a very well telegraphed event. It's not a surprise to the market. It's in fact probably the least surprising thing that could possibly happen. And I think that there are, while we've seen a material uptick in institutional participation, there's still heavy retail participation. I think that people, some segments can get over convinced that, in the 48 hours or 2 weeks right around the halving that, you see some kind of magical price action. So my view tends to be more that, listen, I think in the very short time horizon right around the halving, I think the price is just as likely to go up as it is to go down. But I am very constructive, much like Ari said, I think that we are fundamentally entering a very constructive bull market here. And I do think the halving plays some role in that. It's just not any kind of magical formulaic increase in price here. It's more just driven by the fact that, listen, we're already seeing this uptick in the media cycle in terms of attention, people talking about Bitcoin. And the important second part of that is really that, Bitcoin is probably the most reflexive asset in the world, meaning that when price increases, the fundamentals of Bitcoin actually improve. Not just in terms of hash rate or in terms of transaction volume, but also in terms of, companies invest in on-ramps infrastructure to support Bitcoin. They tend to do that and be more inclined when price is rising, but they don't hold that infrastructure when price falls. So I think that we're starting to see that tailwind now in the next cycle. I think there were a lot of companies that after 2017 buckled down and started building some sort of a crypto product or moving that direction. These are large companies. It takes them a very long time to move towards it. And I think that we're now about to see a substantial tailwind from all of this kind of coming together at the same time.
And Travis, kind of wrap this up. What do you feel? What do you think is going to happen over the next couple of weeks?
Yeah. I think if Black Thursday had never had never happened, then we would have been going into this with a completely different kind of setup around the situation. So it's kind of like you need to think of this having specifically in the context of, you know, the kind of nuclear sized decimation that occurred on Black Thursday. And from what we can tell coming off of Black Thursday, the buying and the bounce was primarily led by U.S. retail, and we think kind of U.S. quote unquote the herd, so the more kind of institutional U.S. type of buyers, and we kind of divide the way we've been thinking about it at Ikigai is we kind of divide why they bought into three different buckets. So they bought because Bitcoin was half off, they bought because the halving, and they bought because money printer go burr. And then, you know, very subjectively and kind of qualitatively, you try and assign what percent of the reason they bought to each of those three factors. And then you fast forward from the middle part of March to today, and or let's say a couple days from now, and you've now given them, you know, nearly a double off the low, depending on kind of where they bought. They're up a lot, right? If they bought late March, first part of April, you made great returns in a short amount of time. And then the halving is, you know, your major catalyst is now in the rearview mirror. But money printers still go burr, and it looks like it's going to continue to go burr. And so it's kind of thinking through like what percent of the reason why the herd and U.S. retail bought the Black Thursday dip was because of those first two factors, which are sort of, you know, now somewhat in the past, versus the third factor, which is very much ongoing. So that's kind of one framework we've been thinking about it. And then I think, in my opinion, so our view or my view has changed on what the post-halving kind of dip was going to look like just in the last couple of weeks with Renaissance Technology, and then Andreessen's second fund, and now the Paul Tudor Jones news that just came out on Friday. And it really looks like so, you know, going back to those first three factors, it would make sense that if you gave, you know, an institutional investor a double or close to a double off the low, and then their major catalyst is now in the rearview mirror, they may take some off there, kind of take some off the table there. But if they only had a third of a position or half of a position on to start with, then there may be, you know, plenty of reason to believe that there may be some sort of dry powder in the tank to kind of buy the dip. So then you have the halving situation, lots of conversations around this whole minor capitulation theory. I think there's different people on different sides of the table on what that situation looks like. And there's the general story goes something along the lines of, you know, starting tomorrow night, the amount of revenue received from block rewards gets cut in half, all else being equal, and marginally profitable miners then become unprofitable, and they go out of business. And as they go out of business, then they sell the BTC that's on their balance sheet. That has downward price pressure, and then you also have the very profitable, most profitable miners that are incentivized to push price down, to push those unprofitable miners out of business, and to be able to take market share from miners. And there's some of that situation going on. And then, as we all know, in crypto has a tendency to take a narrative that's like 20% true and make it 100% true, regardless of like how true it may or may not be. This minor capitulation thing seems like something that is being talked about enough that it could be a narrative that gets traction, even though there's questions around the legitimacy of like what's actually going on there, because it's kind of opaque. It's kind of hard to tell. But so I guess before Renaissance Technologies, before before Paul Tudor Jones, it was our base case that you were going to see some downward price pressure sometime in the back part of May or the month of June. And just think of that as risky whales that do have control over Bitcoin's price, at least for instances or moments in time, putting downward pressure on price to go see where people really want to own this thing when the next halving is, 3 years and 11 months away. And my view is that I think that the amount of dry powder that is going to be available and willing to buy that dip on spot is going to be allow that kind of post-halving dip to probably be more shallow and shorter than I think I would have originally anticipated, just a couple weeks ago.
Thanks for that, Travis. And, kind of along that same vein of thought, you brought up Renaissance and Tudor Jones. I'll go ahead and give you the first opportunity to reply to this, but, what's the impact of Bitcoin related announcements by these traditional finance folks like Paul Tudor Jones and Renaissance? This seems to be a really big deal. How do you interpret it?
Yeah. So I think it's important to kind of differentiate. Paul Tudor Jones and Renaissance Technologies are very different types of investors. Renaissance Technologies is the most successful hedge fund of all time by a country mile. Their returns are public. They're absolutely staggering. But they invest in, they're, something akin to the godfather of sort of quantitative investing, and do it at a level that just, is the envy of every other quant fund pretty much that's ever existed. It's really hard to say the manner in which they have an investment in Bitcoin in terms of, so if you know kind of how risk parity models work, or if you know how like a multi-factor kind of risk model works, then maybe simplistic, and this is something that we've done in some of the other crypto traders that I talk to, or we've kind of talked about this internally. It's a very fascinating thought exercise to think about, like, how is Renaissance Technology sort of like assigning factors to Bitcoin and its relationship to other assets or financial instruments that they trade. And there's really kind of I think there's probably no real way to know. It's really just like literally a thought experiment. But they go about evaluating investments in a very different way than Paul Tudor Jones. It's a very quantitative way. It's something akin to, you look at thousands of financial instruments across the entire world, and then each financial instrument is actually, it's not really a big slice of beta with some alpha or idiosyncratic risk on top. It's actually like 1,000 tiny slices of beta, and one financial instrument is sort of like the summation of many different tiny slices of individual risk factors. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but you can Google something called Barra Beta, BARRA, which is like a multi-factor risk model that we used when I was at Point72, and other multi-manager shops use it as well too. And it's a kind of simplistic way to think about maybe how Renaissance Technologies is investing in this. Put Renaissance, the way Renaissance gets exposure to this, off to the side. Again, it's very bullish. Like they didn't go through the hassle of being able to trade Bitcoin futures on the CME to short this thing into a hole in the ground. And they didn't do it to like make a market to try and make $2 on the bid and offer, because it's too much of a headache, and they're too big to make enough money on, I think, making a market, at least right now. So it's probably not market making as well either. So I think that's kind of some things to think about on Renaissance. Andreessen Horowitz, $515 million fund. It was oversubscribed. People knocking down their door trying to give them money. They can hold, I think the documents say you can hold up to 20% of an investment outside of kind of venture equity capital, and then in the blog post, they specifically mention I think they call it emerging stores of value, which is, pretty obviously just they're going to buy and hold Bitcoin. And if you kind of run through the math of the different size investments they make in different portfolio companies, there's actually a very real chance that Bitcoin may be their single largest position in that $515 million fund, which is like, pretty awesome. And also really great if you can get paid 2 and 20 to passively hold Bitcoin. That's a great job. And then you got Paul Tudor Jones, who's much more of this macro investor. He's been around for a long time. He shorted the market in 1987, which is like kind of his first initial claim to fame. He runs in all of the global macro type of investor circles. And he thinks about things much more in a big picture kind of way. And if you read his blog post, then like you're just like Jim Simons is the guy that founded Renaissance Technologies. Like you're just not going to get a blog post out of Jim Simons about like how he's framing his Bitcoin investment at all. And whereas like you can read about how Paul Tudor Jones is kind of thinking about it, and he's thinking about it in a lot of the reasons that I think everybody in this room right now likes Bitcoin, and it is this kind of insurance policy against monetary and fiscal policy irresponsibility from central banks and governments globally. And I don't want to be presumptuous about the type of hold time or investment strategy he's doing, but I don't think it's like a 2-month punt for him, and he's gonna, even if he makes, I think, really good returns, I think he's planning on holding it longer than that.
Thanks, Travis. Yeah, that was super interesting. And Spencer, do you want to give us a VC flair on that? Kind of like to get a little bit more on the VC side of things?
Look, it's constructive across the board. We follow asset prices pretty closely, not as probably as closely as Ari or Travis here, because we're actually not trading at all, but it does reflect into the underlying markets, right? So like all of these things are really constructive for price. How that price action translates into fundamentals for bellwether companies in the industry like Kraken, and it's very substantial. So for us, like the direction of the market here is important, and again, mostly thinking about what does crypto look like 2, 3, 5, 8 years from now.
And Ari, do you have any final thoughts there on how these bigger traditional financial folks coming in, how important that is, or what you're interpreting that as meaning?
Yeah, just one thing to add. Something that frankly surprised me a little bit. The Paul Tudor Jones news. Initially, I didn't take it as super important, but we heard immediately from a lot of OTC desks that they suddenly got a lot of calls and some onboarding follow through by other macro funds. So I forget who it was, but someone posted on Twitter that what Paul Tudor Jones just did was remove the career risk for other macro fund managers to be long Bitcoin. I'm not sure who I need to credit for that, but that wasn't my line. I think it's totally accurate. There were a lot of macro fund managers that had done some analysis on Bitcoin, were thinking about it, and now the career risk is gone. Now they know, it's actually beyond that. They know that if Bitcoin performs incredibly well over the next year, they're going to get asked by their LPs why they didn't own it. Right? Suddenly the risk turns from fear of looking stupid to fear of missing out, including fear of looking stupid to your LPs for missing a big rally. So the Paul Tudor Jones news was meaningful. It's elite. It's and some of that follow-on won't appear in price for another week, 2, 4, because these other funds will have to go through the onboarding process and in some cases board approval, sometimes a regulatory filing to be allowed to trade it. So that's going to be a gradual effect probably over the next. We'll have to go through.
Couldn't agree more on that, Ari. That's such a key point. This about the reputational risk. It's even people that were quite constructive before. It was the risk reward wasn't totally there in terms of if something goes wrong, and obviously Bitcoin's a volatile asset, could easily add a material downdraft of fund performance. You might actually lose your job. And in this situation, like once you have Fidelity on the supply side, you have Rentech, and you have Paul Tudor Jones, people of this caliber, it is very much reputationally de-risked, and that's such a huge tailwind.
That career risk thing, like you cannot, and I think for those of us that spend a whole lot of time talking to, different layers of investors or potential investors in this asset class, and Dan, I know you've probably spent a lot of time, Ari, you've spent, all of us on this stage have spent a lot of time. you run into that career risk situation so often, and it just I think maybe if you polled the people in this room right now, before last week, had you ever heard of Paul Tudor Jones? I think actually a reasonably high percent of people would say no. But then if you polled like Wall Street and you said, is Paul Tudor Jones known as being a very smart global macro investor? True or false? Like that true number would just be very high within the kind of sort of like maybe like whatever higher ends of finance type of circles. And that just trickles down into family offices, that trickles down into investment committees at various different asset management firms. You've got other global macro investors that are, we're waiting for that green light that can now get that green light, or like, everybody on this stage I know runs into this a lot. When you're talking to some institutional investor and they have an investment committee, and you've got the junior guy that's on the team, and he's the big Bitcoin champion, and the junior guy is trying to get the senior guy on board so that he'll champion it, and then the two of them can wage this like guerrilla warfare through the organization to try and get the organization exposure to Bitcoin. I've seen this a lot of different times in organizations, and I think that the Paul Tudor Jones type of news gives that junior guy the ammunition he needs to get the senior guy on board so that then they can go and get that green light from investment committee members. I know that's kind of nuanced, but like that really is how I see it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could see how, Bitcoin is such a new, crazy type of technology that they really need this validation by someone really publicly known and publicly respected. So I think the news in my network was people really, really were excited about this. This is a big event. Switch gears a little bit. So there's something that I think a common question that pops up around price action with the halving is the halving priced in? And I'll go ahead and throw this one to you all three, and you guys can choose who goes first.
Happy to jump in here.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So this could be an almost endless discussion, probably, for those of us up on stage, because it ties into like really basic questions about economics and markets, like the efficient market hypothesis. So without getting into any of the kind of academic weeds, I'll try to keep this really brief. The way I think about it is, with any early stage project, as it matures, you get different types of market participants. So, for example, is it, when a VC earns a 50x on an early stage investment, is that evidence of an inefficiency? How do we think about that? Is it that future growth wasn't priced in? I think part of it, and this is what partly first drew me to Bitcoin as an investor, there's a very different mental framework. So the question of is something priced in really refers to everyone in the world is already looking at a publicly listed asset, everyone's already thinking about it and analyzing it, and everyone is trying to price it correctly today. That's not how assets work. That's not how Bitcoin's worked, right? It's not like every investor in the world was pricing Bitcoin in 2010. Most investors hadn't heard of it. Most investors weren't thinking about it. So part of what's been happening as we've gone through time is, as Bitcoin becomes more mature, more accessible, as it becomes operationally easier to trade it, to store it, to custody it, to if you're a regulated entity, to do AML KYC, to do tax reporting, it opens up Bitcoin to a whole new set of investors. And that's, just as we were talking about, Paul Tudor Jones would not have invested even personally in Bitcoin in 2010 because he wouldn't have known how. And in 2017, he was personally invested, but his fund wasn't in because there were too many operational hurdles. So that's kind of my mental model for are things priced in when we're talking about really long periods of time. So I think the primary effect of the halvening, I don't think it has that big of a direct price impact. It's more that it's central to the narrative of what Bitcoin is, right? So Bitcoin as hard money is all about having 21 million coins over time. And you can't really separate that fact from the halving as how we get there, right? Like, what is the halving? It's how we get to fixed supply over time and how we have a predictable inflation curve. So I think its main impact is there's really two, neither of which are really the reduction in inflation. The main impacts are, one, there's a market narrative that spurs some interest among retail, among institutional. There's just a story that causes people to learn about it, right? People hear about the halving. Well, what the hell is that? What does that mean? And in doing so, they learn about Bitcoin as hard money. They learn about, the programmatic consensus that gives us a predictable inflation rate. And then the other is the kind of second-order minor effect. And that's really hard to tease out. I've spent a lot of time on that, and my conclusion was, like, for this halving, it's really unclear what the impact of that will be. So I guess to be as concise as I can, I do think the halving is priced in the very short term, meaning short-term traders don't buy because the halving happened, right? Certainly they try to price it in ahead of time. The way I trade it is, if it feels to me like everyone in crypto is levered long Bitcoin to bet on the halving, I probably want to fade that, and I'm probably looking for the time to fade it, because all those people at some point are going to reverse their leverage and get back to their core position. If, on the other hand, no one's talking about the halving or everyone's given up on it, that's probably a buy, because you will probably have some people at the margin buying because of a supply reduction. So I think there's some kind of long-term bullishness. It's very similar. It's a pity that I can't, like, kind of gesture with my hands and draw a chart. But, when people like Warren Buffett talk about the market, they'll say, okay, you've got some long-term, fairly stable diagonal line upward and to the right. And that's the economy growing and companies accruing value over time. And then you've got a wild market that sometimes is overhyped and overexuberant and sometimes is too pessimistic and too depressed. And that the market is way more volatile than the fundamentals of companies. The fundamentals, I forget the number, there's been some academic work that suggests that something like 30% of the volatility of the market is really fundamental. And the other 70% is just from market microstructure, from speculation, from margin calls, all that kind of thing. So long-term, Bitcoin halving contributes to this fundamental long-term growth. Short-term, sometimes traders overprice it, sometimes they underprice it. So as we head into this halving, that's also how I'm trading it, which is to say, if we were at 14,000 right now, I'd probably be selling aggressively, thinking that was over-exuberance around the halving. If we plummet to 6K tomorrow, I'll definitely be buying, not just long-term, but also short-term, thinking that's some people who were probably over-levered to the halving getting liquidated. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah, I'll double back to my same kind of comments from before, which is, I think it's priced in the truest sense that there's no risk-free reward to be had by buying Bitcoin before the halving and selling it shortly afterwards. That said, I do expect, I am very constructive on price for the 18 to 24 months afterward. And the halving is one component to that. It's not the main reason, but that increased kind of attention and people realizing of, wow, that thing is still alive. And it's still, not only is it still alive, but it's actually doing better than ever. That drives, a whole nother round of media attention. It drives a whole nother round of, hey, you know what? I dismissed this 3 years ago. Maybe I need to take another look. I mean, I know for most of us, even that own Bitcoin, most of us dismissed it originally. I know I did, at least in the beginning. And then it was after, watching it continue to survive, that I began to get a little bit more constructive. And so I think we're seeing that across the general population now. And so I think the next 18 to 24 months will be a great time for the industry.
Mm. The only thing I'll add to that quickly is to touch on Ari's point. Our space was very levered long going into Black Thursday. And that was on kind of expecting some halving, a run up into the halving. Black Thursday was a nuclear event. It wiped a tremendous amount of leverage, violently so, unfortunately. And currently, there is so much less long levered positions in this market than there were, in late Feb. And that just makes the setup around this halving much, much more healthy. And to be honest with you, the dump that we just had overnight, like longs were not offsides last night. And now they're like really, really not offsides. And that just makes for the kind of setup right here around the halving, just kind of a much more healthy type of situation. So that's all I'll say.
Thanks, Travis. And, we don't have too much time left, so I'll kind of wrap it up with the last question. We've covered short to medium term price action and looked a little bit farther out, but what's your outlook at the end of 2020? What if you want to venture there, what price do we see in December 2020? And Travis, we'll go ahead and start with you with this one.
I
You
mean,
don't
I
have to
hate,
give
I
out a
hate,
price, but
yeah, yeah. I try hard not to make predictions like this. The bounce that we've had, look, a chart that I pay a lot of attention to, like look at Bitcoin overlaid with the S&P 500, overlaid with gold, overlaid with the inverse VIX since the end of February to current. And then the other really fun thing that you can do, maybe I'll tweet this chart afterwards. The other really fun thing that you can do is just overlay weekly asset purchases by the Fed on top of that. And it's real apparent now that this trade that we've had over the back part of through the peak volatility through March and then this big bounce since then. It looks like it's all kind of one trade, and you actually hilariously can probably summarize that trade into money printer go burr, and it has allowed risk assets to disconnect themselves from the health of the underlying economy in the United States to a degree that we have never seen before. Never seen it before, that level of disconnect. And you can hate that or you can love that, but that's just what we're looking at right now. And it looks pretty apparent to me that the Fed and the Treasury and the Trump administration, they're just going to keep doing all the things. They're going to do all the things. And they have the political willpower to do that. Just in the last 75 days, we have crossed the Rubicon in the United States in terms of ceasing to ask the question, how do we pay for all of this? Just 75 days ago, people still ask that question in the context of monetary and fiscal policy stimulus. Just in a short amount of time, people have stopped asking that question. And that allows for things to happen from a monetary and fiscal policy stimulus perspective that were previously unthinkable just a really short amount of time ago. And it opens the door for, we're doing this MMT light thing right now. We're doing UBI light right now. And it just looks like if you look at the Fed and the Treasury and the Trump administrations, they're willing and able and incentivized to print with a track record of printing, and their only real kind of enemy to this is like kind of headline CPI inflation in US dollar terms, which is just not on the table in the near term. So I think they just keep printing and keep printing. And I think that's just a really tremendously positive backdrop for Bitcoin to kind of head higher. And you literally could not write a better backdrop for a non-sovereign form of money to start to gain mass adoption.
Thanks for that, Travis. And Spencer, what are your thoughts on the new price action and where is Bitcoin going to be at the end of 2020?
Yeah, I'd echo a lot of Travis's comments here. I mean, literally, when we look at macro and micro, you can't ask for a better backdrop. Maybe we tried to sit around the other day and come up with, okay, like what are some of the real headwinds that we could really see and try and balance these out against a lot of the positive tailwinds we're seeing. Minor capitulation is one of the only kind of stories that really comes up from the negative side. And it's a long list of things on whether it's the micro side in terms of the industry companies, bellwethers in the space like Kraken, or whether it's talking to, traditional financial institutions that are, very serious in their products targeted towards the space, or it's the global macro landscape right now. I mean, there are so many different levels to be constructive on. It really, almost no matter which angle you're coming at, you're going to arrive at a pretty interesting story here. The other fascinating thing has just been, I always like to test this at least anecdotally against kind of just communications around people outside of the crypto industry. And it's been shocking to me how many people have reached out over the past few weeks, people that don't really watch markets, that don't really follow politics, and have said things like, I honestly don't understand what's happening, but I feel like I need to buy gold and Bitcoin. And these are people who don't own gold. They're not gold bugs. They're not Bitcoin people. And so that's just been shocking to me. and an increasing number of people telling me, which is a great insight into how they think about it, have told me things along the lines of, hey, listen, I have 3 young children. I want to buy Bitcoin for my children. Like, I'm not even thinking about it for my portfolio. This is de-risking their future, which has just been a shocking thing. That these are the types of people that would have never said this to me in 2016, 2017. So overall, I just, I couldn't ask for a better backdrop, and there's so many different levels to be constructive on here.
Ari, do you want to kind of bring this to a close?
Yeah. Sure, yeah, I'll keep this brief. Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said. I'm not entirely convinced that near term we're out of the deflationary woods. I just don't know. So if Bitcoin is lower than here at the end of the year, I think it's almost certainly because equities are way down. If equities are down 30% from here, that's kind of like the scenario where I'd be a little worried about Bitcoin's performance through year end. With that said, I think that would just be similar to Black Thursday. I think that would just be a temporary setback, right? I mean, equities collapsed, Bitcoin collapsed with them. Bitcoin was then right back, within a month. So I don't view that as an existential concern, but like a mental model, and don't pay any attention to like the betas or the numbers, but just super roughly, I think Bitcoin over the next year and 2 years and probably even 3 years, it's kind of going to be the return on equities plus the return on gold plus some idiosyncratic alpha, maybe another 30% a year, let's say. So if equities and gold are flat this year, I think Bitcoin's up a bit from here. It's very plausible that, like my base case, though, is that equities are relatively flat over the next 5 years and gold and Bitcoin skyrocket for all the reasons Travis gave. So I do think that the question I get probably the most from potential investors in Bitcoin is, or especially from the traditional and macro crowd, is basically, well, what if we have continued deflation? And my answer is, well, in a deflationary crisis, everything tends to fall. Bitcoin too, as we saw on Black Thursday. That's not a surprise. But Bitcoin also is in a secular uptrend. It's also in this kind of sustained bull market. So yeah, on the day when equities collapse or the month they collapse, Bitcoin probably goes with it. But as we saw, Bitcoin then recovered much more strongly than equities. So with all that said, my base case is probably something like Bitcoin at 20K end of this year, and then 50 to 100K within 18 months after that, with a lot of risk though. Plenty of uncertainty.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. That was super informative, and I think we've got a little bit of time to take 1 or 2 questions. We actually have 20 questions. So I'm not sure how to evaluate.
Let's do all of them.
Let's do all of them, right? Okay, so let's be, let's go ahead and go with Nicholas, and I think I just let this person go on air. All right, so Nicholas, you're on air right now. Would you like to ask a question?
No.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. All right, let me try another one. Let's see, maybe one of the newer ones. Okay, Sebastian. All right, Sebastian, I've just put you on air.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Do you have something to ask?
Thanks for taking my question. It was really interesting listening to all of you guys explaining your view of the long-term price on the Bitcoin. Are you guys concerned about the change? Previously, it was talked a lot about using it for buying things, like as an actual currency, or a little bit more about like this value of storage and stuff like that. Do you see any concerns connected to that discussion?
I always like to say Bitcoin's too good at being a store of value right now to be a good method of exchange right now. And the world has too many other methods of exchange that work pretty well for Bitcoin to be super worried in the near term about delivering on that use case.
Let's be real here. Bitcoin's hypervolatile in ways that we all like for the most part. That doesn't make for a great medium of exchange. Like, people generally don't want to accept this payment, something that is extremely volatile. That narrative to me, frankly, never made sense for crypto, especially now that we have stable coins where you can get censorship resistance, privacy, anonymity, kind of whatever you want from Bitcoin with a much more stable price. That's not a long-term problem for Bitcoin because part of the pitch for Bitcoin is depreciation resistance, right? That part of the reason we like Bitcoin is that it isn't tethered to fiat, right? It won't devalue over time the way fiat will. But short-term, people are pretty darn happy with the dollar. they're pretty darn happy with currencies that are fairly stable. And frankly, it never made sense to me, the idea that Bitcoin would conquer the world as a medium of exchange early on. The path for new money has traditionally been pretty consistently store of value, then medium of exchange, then unit of account. And each of those phases may take well over a decade. So I don't view it as a problem. Store of value continuing to grow will, over time, lead to less volatility, more stability, more confidence, more robust operational networks, just things like Bitcoin ATMs and BitPay will continue to evolve and competitors to it. So I don't view it as a concern at all.
All right. Well, that was a really, really informative and great answer to my question. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to keep taking questions until Uden kicks me off the stage. So let's see. Hopefully these individuals, let's see, a team on, I'm going to put you on air, and if you don't have a question, that's okay, but let's see if you do. All right, team on, I've put you on air.
Sorry, I didn't have a question.
Okay, cool. And let's see, how about Edwin? I'm going to put you on air. Edwin, do you have a question for us?
No, I'm sorry, I don't have a question.
Okay. Well, we'll go ahead and wrap it up then, because I can only go off the audience raising hands as questions. So, all right, guys, really appreciate you all getting signed up for this. By the way, these speakers had to go through training and get to understand these devices. So this is a pretty new experience for everyone, and thanks for everyone for coming out. Hope you had a great time. Cheers.
Thanks, everyone.
That's so awesome.
Awesome.
This is the best presentation so far. Like, wow, great.
Is Luis from Ethereum somewhere here? I don't know how to how to find people yet.
Oh, okay, we're good now. Yeah, nowhere to find someone. You just gotta hover over their named avatars. It's kind of like a Where's Waldo thing. But yeah, no, I was just sharing the information to the trading group that I'm in. They're mostly into equities, and we trade every day. So I was dubbed the crypto king of the group, and so I'm like the one to share all the information, even the education stuff. So, yep. VR chat thing, because that's always fun. But I'll jump into yours. Are Right, do you use VR chat or just Altspace?
Hi, everybody. And everyone here.
Oh, okay. Is this the same one with Udi? Like, we went to like this Bitcoin like bordello or something a few weeks ago, and they had these portals. Is that the same one? It looked like a side of a coliseum or something, or side of like a Italian like villa. I don't know. That's what I don't know if we're maybe it's the same thing. Sorry, you cut off there. Yep, can't hear you.
This guy's standing on top of the chair. Look, oh, look, he was, look, he's waving his hands. Sorry, this is cracking me up.
Not a Macarena. Oh shit. Hey, Macarena.
I will be upstairs. Okay. I cannot figure this thing out. I want to pick a good seat. I mean, I'm like staring out the window right now. Hey, look. Hello.
Hello.
How do you sit? No?
There's no way to sit that I know of.
Well, I think you got a great show. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, likewise. Yeah. It's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Hi. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, get up for a second.
Waiting for more speakers.
Sorry, guys. They're working on something. There's a panel going on in one of the rooms.
Yeah, or my Ethereum node.
All right, I'm back. I could kick it, but I can't move my legs. It's unfortunate.
We're good? All right. Let's go to the next topic. Does the internet physically exist? 'Cause I think that has big implications for Bitcoin, obviously, but really for everyone else in cyberspace, including where we're at right now. Who wants to take that one?
I'll start, I guess. So this is something that has kind of flared up again recently with an essay in the Atlantic, kind of laying out the fact that our social media landscape is not necessarily immune from U.S. laws and so on. And basically, the basic premise of this guy, Jack Goldsmith's writing is that the internet is not going to be separate from the various jurisdictions that people who use it live in. So an example would be like in Vietnam, there's significantly more pressure on Facebook to reveal the identities of dissidents and so on. And Vietnam was actually able to use their state control of the internet providers to throttle Facebook's bandwidth until they complied. So there's an extent to which there is a physical presence of the internet, and that is a choke point that can always be exploited. I guess to offer a counterpoint, I don't disagree with anything Niraj just said, but when we talk about the internet, we're talking about the protocol as a whole. Just like when we talk about the Bitcoin network, usually we're talking about the Bitcoin protocol as a whole. And the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, not to get metaphysical, but the thing that makes the internet great is not my particular Comcast connection, which any latency you're seeing right now would attest to. My Comcast connection is pretty crappy. It can be censored. It can be taken away.
But the internet as a whole, this open protocol for the exchange of communications information, generally without gatekeepers or without necessary reliance on any particular gatekeeper, is what makes the internet great, right? And it makes it something that actually doesn't exist in any one physical location. It exists everywhere and therefore sort of nowhere at once. And the ideal of the Bitcoin network or any cryptocurrency is to be something as robustly decentralized, as robustly open as the internet protocol is. Something that isn't owned, and something, therefore, that can always be a tool for, say, the underdog, the oppressed, people who otherwise would be censored. But as Niraj said, the need for physical infrastructure always means that we'll be playing a kind of cat and mouse game with centralized authorities who can take down one node or take down a whole bunch of nodes or sever a connection underwater, or any number of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah.
I was just going to say that the incremental nature of the value of the internet is important, right? People, particularly in Bitcoin and maybe engineers generally speaking, tend toward absolutes. Is the network decentralized or is it not? And really, it's a question of increments, right? If the internet was entirely decentralized, if any particular Bitcoin network was entirely decentralized, that'd be great. And if it was centralized, completely centralized, it would not be great. But there's a whole lot of potential ranges of value in between. And I think that it's really important that we think that way, particularly as we evaluate new networks, new proposals, and new protocols. I've never been much of a maximalist, but it always did irk me when people say it's centralized and they dismiss it on that basis, whatever that network might be. In any event, I don't know if that really speaks to whether the internet has a physical location or not, but it certainly speaks to how important that is. How important it is that the internet has a physical location, like Peter was saying, that sure even if it doesn't have entirely sort of entirely ephemeral presence, that's still okay. Maybe not as good as it was a completely unstoppable juggernaut, but still pretty darn good.
Well, let's take that hypothetical, because I've heard of people working on low Earth orbit satellites that would provide internet access to everyone, fairly economically, where we are making the internet more ephemeral than it is with fiber optic cables to your house.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that changes the game theory for regulators, for big tech, to have a much more democratic and inclusive internet?
So you're saying father of X-A12 will save us all?
I hope so.
I mean, anything that changes the margin on what Marco was saying is sort of incremental decentralization is good for robustness. And that's not just about fighting a government. So that we have this obvious libertarian spin on it that we're sort of riffing on right now. But one thing that's actually amazing about this COVID-19 crisis that has gone underappreciated, I think, is the fact that tons of daily activities have moved online. Not everything can, but a lot has, including what's going on right now. And the internet, by and large, has been completely robust to that rapid expansion in use. That's amazing. Human systems usually don't go from 0 to 1 or 50 to 50,000 without breaking, and the internet has proven really resilient in that sense, in part because of its decentralized nature, because you can set up on your own home router a failover system such that if your Comcast connection goes down, a cell phone modem that you have a SIM card for will take over. And that's something anybody can just build in their garage if they want, let alone all the kinds of redundancy and robustness that comes from people who are sort of crazy, like Elon, doing kind of awesome, crazy things, like the giant bunch of satellites in orbit to create, better backbones.
Yeah. So yeah, the scalability. Now, we've also seen with coronavirus a lot of, let's call it moderation, right? Where internet platforms, whether it's the big tech ones or even smaller ones, have decided in the interests of public health, not like I'm trying to disparage them or anything, that they want to tamp down on dissident voices that might not necessarily be in the mainstream, and then on the opposite side, amplify medical advice. Do you think that's appropriate for internet platforms to use their mega, approach to managing society, or is that kind of just psychological manipulation and undermining the marketplace of ideas?
Well,
this is a good. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you talk, Raj.
So this is a really tricky situation because first time, there's been railing against sort of whatever you want to call it, election tampering or whatever else over the last couple of years. But this is the first time that there's been a sort of direct, health or physical violence, whatever you want to call it, cost to misinformation potentially. So I completely understand the impulse to, I guess censor is the word, any kind of false information or take silver, whatever that colloidal silver stuff is to cure it. The problem though is that for a long time, organizations like Facebook, they're not going to hire doctors and stuff to vet this information. They're going to go off of the authorities in the world. Like Facebook's partnered, or maybe it was YouTube, has partnered with the World Health Organization to determine kind of what the company line is going to be. And the World Health Organization kind of fell down a little bit on this. So I don't have a good answer for this, but it is not, it's a huge pickle, basically, at the end of the day. This is a really tricky situation. There's also the problem of Facebook they weren't ordered to, but they started shutting down the event pages for these Open It Up protests. And that's another tricky thing because if you go by sort of what most doctors would recommend, then those protests are a terribly dangerous idea. But in America, you are allowed to gather and protest, and that's sort of something that we have based our system around. So it's...
we've got a disagreement here.
So as a counterpoint, historically, constitutional rights, they go up to sort of a limit in most cases. Like there's no such thing as unfettered free speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we've relied on states, which usually means states, not the federal government, but state governments, for police powers. And police powers include things like arresting murderers, but it also includes things like public health emergencies. Like you don't have a right to protest if you're blocking an ambulance from getting to the hospital. And I think most people actually agree that that's probably a good limit on your protesting rights, that you shouldn't be, actively blocking a hospital, an ambulance getting to the hospital or something like that. And so if you think about it, these platforms, which are where most people hang out on the internet, we're hanging out in a centralized platform right now, are like new digital sovereigns. They're like little tiny states, just like Virginia or Maryland or whatever, that have their own police powers. And the general rule seems to be, at least in U.S. platforms, that you have this right to free speech and that you shouldn't have too much censorship. Now, the real reason for that, I think, is that as long as they don't moderate too heavily, platforms have a lot of insulation from liability for user-generated content, so they won't get sued, so they don't feel the need to censor. And if they sort of manicured it too much, they might more likely get sued, although they've got a fair amount of insulation from liability for manicuring the content on their platform as well. But obviously in a public health emergency, that general rule of free speech is the default could potentially, be subverted by the police powers that any state would use to stop someone from blocking the entrance to a hospital. And yeah, that could be bad or oppressive if they don't have good information from the top down, because either they're listening to a bad public institution that has been asleep on the job, like maybe the WHO was or whoever early on, or it could be good if they have good people and good information at the top. And the bottom line is, it's private property. Altspace can do whatever the heck it wants to do to us right now, and we really don't have any constitutional avenue of complaint, because this is not a public space. This is a corporate space. This is owned by people. And so if you really don't like that, if that bothers you, we should build decentralized meeting spaces for VR. We should build decentralized social networks. Problem is, it doesn't bother most people, which is why we haven't seen everyone flock to use diaspora or whatever Facebook competitor comes up. Usually the network effects and the fact that most people don't care about being censored once in a while sort of prevails.
This is actually
So
a
you
really
and I were
great. This is a really great lesson on the limits of the law. Right? These are not actually legal issues. In fact, that if there's any legal touch point here, it's the sort of rule that in fact the law doesn't apply.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a question of like statutory interpretation and precedent and all that. What it is a lesson in is power. And there's a great book about this, The Dispossessed. It's sci-fi for nerds. If you guys ever have a chance to check it out, but call it a capitalism, call it a democratic system, or find another couple of axes on the graph to plot your point. It honestly, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. And social media is a great example of where that law holds true, and that. Like this is not about law. This is not about, oh golly, can we get a court to step in? What this really is how much pressure politically can be put on these platforms through one system, through one legal institution or a legal institution or another. It is entirely about power. It is agnostic to the legal. And it's an important lesson on the limits of the law. This is something that matters deeply to all of us here. We're all on a social media platform currently. It matters probably a hell of a lot to Niraj over here. This is the water in which you swim, right? So, this is incredibly important stuff to a lot of people, but the law does not really deal in it. It's really fascinating lessons, particularly for those lawyers or budding lawyer in the audience who want to who want to effectively advise your clients in important situations. Sometimes it's not always the law that is going to help or hurt you. It's not going to be the threat, and it's not going to be the panacea. Sometimes it's just power and strategy, and that's what we're faced with in this particular scenario, I think.
So if these are new sovereigns in the sense that when we're here in Outspace or here on Facebook or on Twitter, that essentially that corporation, this is their private property, but it's also their governance, and they're going to adjudicate disputes that arise within this context. Is the profit maximizing approach the raw exercise of power and kind of just arbitrariness, which I feel like has been the MO so far on a lot of these platforms? There's a lot of there's no appeals process, right? For the most part, you get banned, you get kicked off, you get deplatformed. You can't hire an attorney, not to go to the government or to go to the courts, but to go to the company and to try to negotiate some kind of agreement, because ultimately these companies do want to have people enjoy coming to their platform and use it. So what do you think is like the profit maximizing form of governance, and can they learn from the common law of, hey, let's have evidence, let's have standards of evidence, let's let people face their accuser, and bring those principles into this private law scenario?
It seems like a lot of the governance, I guess this is profit maximizing, but it's really designed around preventing PR disasters. I don't think Facebook would have, for example, shut down like a white supremacist group or something like that, had someone like BuzzFeed not pulled it up and kind of shown it to the world. Same thing with that. The thing on YouTube with those weird videos that were targeting children, the weirdly sexual videos. And so that works in a sense, like the stuff gets dealt with, but there's so much more that doesn't. And it's a huge risk to just have it sitting out there waiting for someone in the public to find it and call attention to them and then embarrass the company yet again. The problem then becomes so it's becoming more algorithmic. People are going on reporting, that kind of stuff. Like a flood of reports can shut down an account. And then, like you said, no appeals process. Facebook seems to be trying to develop a bit of a legal process or legal looking.
That's right. They got a Supreme Court now, right?
Yeah, they have the Supreme Court thing. It's like 40 activists and journalists and like people from government and all kinds of stuff. And the way it's built, the way the thing is designed is, it's kind of like the Libra, I guess. Like they're trying to step back from making it and have it be more of a open internet governance model that other companies can join and copy and borrow from. So maybe if the Supreme Court is hearing cases, maybe the idea is that there'll be a way to bring your case to these companies one day.
So what I was going to say is there's a famous economist, I think it's Hirschleifer, who contrasted two modes of governance. He's from a law and economics background. There's exit and there's voice, right? Exit is, I don't like the conditions that my sovereign has placed me under. I'm going to find a new sovereign. You exit. You drop Facebook for, I don't know, MySpace, if they even still exist. And then the other is voice, which is, hey, I want an appeals process. Hey, I want to be involved in the government. I want democracy. I want to vote for people. And historically, we've seen almost exclusively exit-based governance on the internet and very little voice. You choose to go to a website, you're just going to click a button that says you agree to all the terms and service. You don't get to submit alternative terms and propose that the rules should be different. You can just hang out there, obey those terms, and if you don't like what's going on in that place, you leave. Because there's 50,000 other websites. Now, in the early days of the web, when things were more decentralized, you didn't have these sort of quasi-public utilities like the social networks and such. That was a very viable mode of governance, I'd say, because you really had a lot of market competition. You weren't stuck in one monopolist platform. Today, where everybody by default seems to use Facebook, you have a more credible argument that there should be some sort of right to voice rather than just exit. But at the same time, I don't know. We see monopolies fall pretty quickly in the internet space. The only thing that saves Facebook is the ability to keep buying competitors like Instagram and such. So I'm not sure I'm ready to say that we really need a voice-based decision model, because what that really means is introducing all the ugliness of politics into platforms, when maybe platforms should just be places you voluntarily choose to walk into the circle, and then when it just doesn't work out for you anymore, you're like, oh, let's go over there. And that's kind of more about freedom than we're all in the circle and you're not going to talk anymore because I don't like you. And I don't like Niraj, so,
But does that prevent them from scaling?
No, you mean governance systems? Definitely.
Not having governance.
Oh, no, that scales so much easier, because then it's just like, we don't have to look at individual comments on the Facebook platform. We just assume that it's all whatever people say is whatever people say. And unless you get in trouble with a bigger sovereign then, unless the U.S. government comes for you for propagating misinformation, then it gives you an existential threat. But it's not a scaling threat, it's a legal risk. Or it's a risk from a larger sovereign who's more powerful than you.
Right. Does it create mobs, though? Like the mob justice aspect of social media, is that a consequence of insufficient governance, or is it like they need better features for muting mobs?
I forget that. I mean, isn't the mob governance is the voice that for all intents and purposes, Peter, mob governance seems to me the voice as opposed to the exit that exists today, and that's the best we got, right? But realistically, I don't think we're going to see exit as a real. Sorry, I don't see. Apologies. I don't think the situation is going to change so long as we have strong intellectual property rights in the United States, and so long as the U.S. exports those IP rules around the world like it does today. I think we're going to see more and more. I think we're going to see less and less governance. Actually, I think that we're going to see sort of the thin veneer of governance. But really, if we've learned anything from scaling governments, I think that we've learned that the iron fist works pretty darn well in really large jurisdictions. I mean, look at what's happening in China right now. There's this like veneer of participation, but you really can't leave or you really can't participate, and you really can't leave in our scenario, right? Because China owns the IP to whatever is keeping you on their social network. To mix the two metaphors together, like I think it's actually, I don't think it is so rosy a picture. There you go. We saw some frowny faces out in the audience. I don't think it is like a really rosy picture of things getting better. I think they're going to get quite a bit worse.
You got some love faces too. I think that's all right. To give your common law approach a lot of credit, though, I would love for someone to build a social network or some sort of vital internet service that took a common law approach to dispute resolution. I think it is by far the most successful example of a decentralized governance system, the actual Anglo-Saxon common law dating all the way back to, the 14th century, if you have, where case by case, people in controversy figure out what the norm should be with the help of a judge and a jury or their peers. That's really cool stuff. It doesn't scale at all, which is why the common law has not kept up with the internet at all. And the federal government decided through the CDA, the Communications Decency Act, basically just insulate internet properties from any defamation liability, for example, or tort liability, which is basically saying the common law doesn't apply. You can't sue Facebook for defamatory content about yourself. So somebody should definitely build a common law-like social network, but it would probably have to be a decentralized one, because no sane, profit-maximizing business that wants to own the platform would bother trying to build that. It's A, too hard, it's B, it doesn't scale, and 3, they can't monetize it. And so it's maybe the kind of thing that a community like the Bitcoin community would build, because it doesn't scale, it's not profit-maximizing for the network as a whole, but it might be very good for the users. It might be good as an experience of just creating our own world rather than accepting the worlds that have been forced upon us from birth, like the dollar or the U.S. government.
Yep. I want to go back to Marco's remark about intellectual property. Is the idea there that intellectual property is preventing us from building interoperable networks? And so it's creating, because these cloud services are proprietary, that we're not able to have effective exit?
I think that, so I should state, I don't have strong opinions on the moral virtue of intellectual property. I'm not one of these guys that thinks it's bad or thinks it's good or ought to be eliminated or strengthened or whatever. I see it as a tool, and you have to be realistic about the world that you live in. And if you're being honest with yourself and you are being realistic, then on our facts, on our little hypothetical here, there's really, there's a reason to this social network, right? There's a reason why you're on this platform. And that reason has to be some sort of differentiation from other platforms, which means that reason is probably protected by some kind of intellectual property, even if it's like weak intellectual property, like trade secrets. So what that does is create an environment where you probably don't want to leave, or there's at least real meaningful forces keeping you on that platform. And it has a lot to do with the fact that it's illegal for some other platform to develop the thing that's keeping you on your current platform. So when that situation persists over years and years, well, where is there to go? Bitcoiners love talking about the exit, right? We all would love to, I think deep down inside of us in one way or another, see Atlas shrug at some point, right? We all want to be that Atlas to walk out. But where do you go when it's illegal to develop the alternative? And again, like raising pitchforks and torches against intellectual property, it's me recognizing why I think iron fist rule of social media platforms is probably much more likely than a swift evolution from constitutional monarchy to republic.
That makes sense. And boy, are we definitely, I don't know if we're even at constitutional monarchy. I think we're at dictatorship for the most part.
Totally. Authoritarian dictatorship, because that's like natural, that's like the state of nature, right?
Yeah.
So maybe at some point we get to feudalism. I don't know, but I just don't think there's any real incentive, and I don't think there's a lot of sort of factual impetus for it moving very quickly.
So I'm happy to take some questions now, but I don't see anyone's hands raised. So I will just mention that on the feudalism note, I've always found it interesting to talk about internet surfing, but with an E, not a U. So we're all serfs on Mark Zuckerberg's content farm. Making the memes. Okay, we've got a question here from EDU. You're on air, EDU. How are you? Are you there? Can we take your question?
Censorship.
Here, I gave you
He's being
stage
censored?
access and you're on air. Okay, that's all right. Do we have someone else who wants to raise their hand and we'll try that out? Here we go. Hero, how are you?
Good.
Hello, protagonist? Yes, we can hear you.
All right. So my question is, Citadel, can they be constitutional how put into law if we're going to that?
That's awesome. That's
I
an
mean,
awesome question.
the only law that would apply to a citadel would be international law, right? If that, right? Isn't the basic premise of citadel?
Do you have to find-
They're independent sovereigns.
Peter, don't you have to find some piece of Earth and then like put a flag?
Well, it can be
Is
like
that-
sea land.
Is that
It
step
could
one?
be
seasteading.
Seasteading.
Seasteading. That's right. I mean, but this is what it ends up boiling down to, right? Not to sound like a broken record, but this is the kind of conversation we chose to have today. It's not law, right? It's power. Like, what are you going to appeal to the International Court of Justice
For your citadel?
if the United States storms your city? Like, come on, no. You respond in kind with power, and that power is either at the barrel of a gun, so it's political, right, or it's something else. It's economic. It's something else. Like, you don't just get to take some resource held in common without consequence.
Interestingly, encryption is also, of course, a form of power. And I think one of the most insightful things that's been said about encryption, I don't know who said it, it's not me, is that it's one of the few technological advances that increases defensive power in the world at a faster rate than offensive power. So encryption is a technology for defending yourself, for keeping yourself private or keeping your assets private. And usually when technology advances, offensive weaponry grows first. You know, old fortresses blown apart by cannons. But with encryption so far, at least, we've got this cool defensive technology that seems to outpace offensive technology, which is neat. So power, yeah.
It's why I'm skeptical about the Citadel's meme. I think that because we're Bitcoiners, we think that the physical world should be the same as Bitcoin. And the bottom line is that Bitcoin's interesting, from the seizure resistance point of view, because it's not a physical object. If it was a physical object, then it would be no more seizure resistant than gold.
Yeah,
and so I don't think the Citadels are going to be seizure resistant.
Yeah. The Citadel's a really fun old Reddit post, right? But it's also patently ridiculous. If there was going to be some sort of stronghold of Bitcoiners in a hostile world, it's going to be virtual and decentralized. And so really it's just the Bitcoin
happening.
Protocol. The Bitcoin protocol is the Citadel.
The Bitcoin protocol is the Citadel. So, all right, that's a great question. Thank you, Hero. We're going to go to Hashbash. Hashbash, you are on air.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how are you?
Good, thanks. I'm curious about your thoughts on governments banning Bitcoin. So beyond just, like stealing is illegal as well. Any thoughts about that? And maybe if you can give like a percentage of likelihood of that.
So Coin Center's mission has been, ostensibly over the last 5 years to never get to that point. And it actually has not been maybe as challenging as you'd think it would be, because government's just a bunch of people. They all have their specific interests. And the specific interest of someone at the SEC, for example, is usually protecting Main Street investors who could be defrauded by, shady penny stocks and shit like that, or ICOs for that matter. The FinCEN at the Treasury, they're really just interested in making sure that illicit money, the proceeds of crime, isn't flowing through the regulated financial system, and they want to extend that even to something like a Coinbase or a Kraken. And the IRS, they just want to make sure you pay taxes. So, maybe the taxes thing is where things start to break down, where if you had widespread tax evasion because of Bitcoin, we'd see a different tone. You'd see government unify under one interest. We all want to make sure we still get paid as government. But right now, you have a bunch of fractious interests, and you don't have an existential threat to government. So there really hasn't been a widespread call here in the U.S. amongst anyone in Congress or at the agencies to sort of ban this thing. And that's because America actually has this nice long history of not just accepting new technologies, but triumphing with them. Like the internet created a whole new suite of potential vulnerabilities and issues for American society, but our reaction wasn't to get rid of it. It was that Al Gore actually helped invent it. He didn't really. Well, maybe he did. I don't actually know that claim. But basically, the vice president wanted to take credit for this great new liberalizing, decentralizing technology. And there are people who feel that way about Bitcoin. It may not always seem that day to day because some particular official gave a speech that sounded really aggressive and anti-Bitcoin. But for everyone that's giving that aggressive speech, there's actually one or two, usually in the middle of the management in an agency, who actually think it's really cool tech. And sometimes they just wish they could buy some and that ethics rules didn't preclude them from doing so.
So they banned Bitcoin from themselves with the ethics rules. Oh.
Well, I mean, it depends on the agency. Some don't have those rules.
Huh.
I think it's important that we have guys like Coin Center on the front lines, making sure that the Overton window never opens far enough to really touch that outcome. But I still operate every day as if it is a non-trivial possibility, and I think folks who are regulated and subject to laws are wise to think that as well. There's a time when it was not, when I wouldn't describe it as non-trivial. I would describe it as like
imminent,
maybe a 20% chance, 30% chance, like the kind of chance you wouldn't take on a like getting on a roller coaster, that it would kill you. That's how it used to be back in 2013. And actually before that, back in 2012, before we had FinCEN's first guidance, that guidance was actually when the government first said, okay, Bitcoiners, you're under our thumbs, you have to follow the rules like everybody else. I think a lot of people reacted negatively to that, but just as many people reacted positively. They thought, oh my goodness, this is the government recognizing the legitimacy of this thing. They said something for the first time about Bitcoin, and it wasn't that it's bad and illegal. They said, well, just treat it mostly like you treat money.
Yeah.
And it was. I think it was. It could have gone in a lot of different ways, but I think it went in a really good way. Even today, I think there's a non-trivial chance, though. I don't think it's like 20 or 30% in the next 5 years, but I think it's real.
Yeah.
And it's up to us to do everything that we can to give this stuff real, and this is where it starts to get maybe a little bit controversial, but real functional use that people in government can appreciate as something more than just what they see oftentimes as a casino.
All right. On that note, we'll take a break and make some space for the next panel. Thank you to Coin Center. Thank you to Peter and Niraj for coming. I know that it was a difficult learning curve, but I do think this might be a big part of the future for both Bitcoiners hanging out in virtual reality, but also just everyone hanging out in virtual reality. And of course, thank you, Marco, for coming as well and sharing your unparalleled legal expertise. I think this was a really fun conversation. And thank you, Kraken, for hosting.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Reckless VR, for getting all this organized. Udi, great job. And thank you to the audience and everyone watching on YouTube.
Thanks, Udi.
This is a great panel.
Yeah, this is great.
Well, you can stay. You can stay. I mean, this is open all month, all year. Any season.
Give me a hug, Crash. Okay.
Aw.
It's been so long since we could hug each other.
Aw, that's great.
Every day, we used to hug each other every morning at the office. Yeah. I think.
Okay, so everyone, we're gonna take a 10-minute break before the next discussion with Jesse Powells and Alex Gladstein. Should be a very interesting talk. So yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. If you want to take like a short break, get some air, recharge your headset, go for it. See you soon.
What's up, party people? Halvening party, Bitcoin halvening party, yeah, buddy. Bitcoin, halvening.
Yo, 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 yo.
Yo, welcome to the party, ladies and gentlemen. You guys enjoying the show?
Yes.
Pretty cool, right? That's nice.
There's no
First
chat
time for
function,
me.
is there?
Let's go, emojis! Emoji, oh!
There we go, there we go. Now, let me see some emojis if you want to talk. Nobody wants to talk. Alright, there we go. So let's turn on your mic.
So, what happened with the Bitcoin price today, lads?
More Bitcoin events. Okay. So I'll let you guys know. I drop in some stuff every now and then. I'm Token Gamer. Hope to see you guys in Bitcoin VR Telegram.
Boom! So, dude, Blockchain Universe, tell me what happened with, why did you dump the Bitcoins of yours? You totally crashed the price today, man.
Oh.
I wish I did because my portfolio.
Yeah, we all kind of have diarrhea today. Dude, like, I'm just sitting here trying to understand what's happening, listening to smart people, trying to understand why my bitcoins are going down. It's learn a lot about the cryptocurrency world, you know.
Yeah, man, there's a lot to learn. Has anybody here been to any conferences in the real world? Let me see some emojis if you've been to conferences.
Too expensive.
Nice. So we got a lot of people that haven't gotten. Okay. Got a few hands there. Let me know if you paid over $100 to go to a crypto conference.
Whoa, what a scam.
So I'll let you guys know. I'm in the Miami area. Out here, tickets are usually like $700 to go to some of these conferences. Now, instead of paying $700, let me see some emojis if you'd rather see those conferences in VR. All right, more hands. So I'm curious as to what would get you to come out to some of these VR conferences. Is it all about the speakers? If you want to see good speakers, let me see some emojis.
Yeah.
Okay, what about networking? How many people are interested in networking and just getting to talk?
You do
about
have
it?
one, right?
Let me see some emojis if you're tired of having people lecture you and you just want to talk about the space.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me know how many people here here are interested in just looking at Bitcoin as a value, as a currency, versus as a platform to be able to build something. So if you just are in it for the money, let me see some emojis. Thanks for being on.
All right.
Thank you. Who are the people that are looking to build something and grow and are in it for the long run, not just about the money?
That's the point.
Zit weer onder de bus. Ja, dat is allemaal.
Dude, come on, continue. It was fun to answer the questions and do emojis and shit.
So yeah, yeah. So I guess you'll stand under your.
All right, more questions. Let me keep you guys insane. Let me see some emojis if you are.
Ah, shit.
Willing to be in here for the entire 5 hours. Who's gonna stay for the entire time?
I mean,
Interesting. And then let me know
Who?
just cares about Bitcoin. Fuck shitcoin. You're just Bitcoin all day. Alright. And then if you're not a maximalist, you just
Holy shit.
you're interested in the system itself.
I do.
Let me see some emojis if you're interested
Mathieu.
in what's actually going on the blockchain.
Yeah. I'm Patrick. There is no such thing as blockchain protocol or what. It's the Bitcoin.
There are the expected, unexpected technical difficulties, but it's you know, sailing smoothly all in all.
That's right. Yeah, there is different shit coins.
Okay, who here has Dogecoin? Let me see some emojis for Dogecoin.
Wave your arms, guys. Wave your arms.
Fuck, you gotta have Doge. Doge.
Oh my god. Too many.
It's a classic. Just for the shenanigans.
How many people here have heard about blockchain gaming? Let me see some emojis if you know about blockchain gaming.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Like crypto kitties?
Let me see some questions. Let me see some emojis if you have no idea what blockchain gaming is. One hand.
Yeah.
So looks
Yeah,
like you
I'll
got a
tell
lot
you
of people
when.
that
Yeah.
understand what it is.
It will probably be like this.
Alright. So for those that don't know about blockchain gaming, it's when you incorporate blockchain into a game, not just as an in-game currency, but you have some games that are running like on Engine Protocol, which is on Ethereum, which will allow you to be able to create assets that are on the blockchain. So how many people here play Fortnite or have heard of Fortnite? Let me see some emojis if you know of Fortnite. All right?
Everybody.
It's not quite the same as Zoom, is
all
it?
sorts of stuff in Fortnite. But if Fortnite was to shut down for whatever reason, all of the stuff that you paid for in there are gone. So John just sent me NFTs. Damn right, John. It's all about them NFTs where you get to hold those assets that you have in the game. So the skins, the parachutes, the whatever it is, and you get to keep all of that. Most if you would play a blockchain.
No one.
It sounds like bullshit, man.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. There's actually, it's pretty interesting with applying, blockchain to the scarcity models of items in games as well. So it's quite interesting topic.
Agreed. There's one game that I'm really interested in right now called Lightning. How many people have heard about Lightning?
Yeah.
Have you heard about the Bitcoin Lightning game? Alright. So it's kind of like Fortnite. However, every time you kill somebody,
For it. Otherwise, it's like Fortnite.
So like you said, you have to pay for that game. So I think of it kind of like Pokemon cards. can't really play Pokemon cards unless you go buy Pokemon cards.
Exact.
Right? So, you know, most games have to pay to play anyway. So it makes sense to pay an amount, and then every time you kill people, you can earn some stats.
But
Stacking the stats.
I'm a newbie. I won't kill anyone.
There we go. Stacking them out there. How many people are down at parties throughout the entire
Okay, so Alex and Jesse, are you guys ready? Jesse, you with us? Cool. So, I want to do a quick test. Can you guys turn on, both of you, the on-air thing? Host rules? Both on-air and megaphone. Yeah, amplify my voice and on-air.
So for those that don't know,
Check.
you can install that on your PC. Also, if you have the Quest, which I'm curious, how many people have a Quest here? Okay, just a couple of hands for the Quest. So, 3 apps you can install on PC or on the Quest. There's going to be some VR Bitcoin conferences and parties in there. So if you've ever seen some of Udi's after party events, he goes to our world in VR.
Okay, can you turn it off and then on again?
Have our world set up, and you can bounce around from world to world, partying with a bunch of other people. How many people want to come check that out?
Yeah, I'm down.
Okay, can you hear me?
Let's do it.
Mingle, get to know other people in the Bitcoin space. Definitely install and come hang out with us.
Udi, what about now?
Check me out on Blockchain Universe.
Okay, yeah.
I have a Telegram group.
Yeah.
It's
good now.
Blockchain
Cool.
Universe, and you can see the link and
great.
everything to join us. We'll be starting there soon.
He's just the brother of Jerome.
Should there be the toggle?
Nice plug, Jerome.
Thing? What is that? That should be on.
Yeah, let's keep it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
So is this like this is like the ring of death right here that you're standing in?
Yeah, what is this ring? Are we not supposed to stand in the ring?
Okay, so we're
Udi's in the ring.
next session. Yeah, so we're ready for the next session. Thank you for staying that long, by the way, guys. We're three hours in. That's 3 hours in VR. That's pretty impressive. We're gonna keep on until the halving. So I hope you have a lot of food and water with you. So the next discussion is well, we have Jesse Powell here, who's the founder and CEO of Kraken, and we have Alex Gladstein, who's the chief strategy officer of the Human Rights Foundation. And I think I'm gonna just let them begin. So thank you for coming, guys.
Thanks, Udi.
Great. Well, thanks for having me, Jesse. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, this has been super cool. Thanks for joining.
I thought it would be interesting to start with the kind of odd pair that we are here. On the one hand, a human rights activist, on the other hand, the CEO of a financial company. But in this day and age, it's actually possible that there can be similar goals and shared values between two such individuals. Is that kind of one of the things that inspired you to start this company? And can, maybe we can start a little bit with your vision for how you founded it and how you see it making an impact on the world.
Sure. Yeah. So, got into Bitcoin early 2011, sort of out of an interest at first in virtual currencies. I had a prior company selling virtual items and currencies for online games, and kind of saw Bitcoin as just another thing that we could sell in our business. But as I got deeper into it, I realized that this really had the potential to change the world. I started learning more about how the fiat, central banking system actually works, and became more enraged about that. And Bitcoin was obviously an alternative to that. So just the social implications of a successful global virtual currency was tremendous. And, it had been tried before with e-gold and some other things like that, which ultimately failed because of government intervention and having, a central point, basically a weakness that could be attacked. Bitcoin didn't have that same problem. So it seemed like something that really had a shot. And I wanted to do everything that I could to push that effort forward and to bring more users to Bitcoin and to make Bitcoin more accessible to everyone in the world. And that's kind of why we started Kraken, and still the mission today really is to make Bitcoin more accessible, easier to use, and to get more people around the world using it.
As someone who's been in the human rights field, it's been particularly dispiriting and depressing to watch, as much like a lot of these international NGOs get kind of co-opted by governments, different regimes. For example, the UN Human Rights Council is populated by China and Saudi Arabia, and we've seen what's been happening with the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
At the same level, the UN, meaning this bunch of governments, and the majority of them are authoritarian, they kind of got to dictate what are known as the Sustainable Development Goals, which are like these 17 pretty sounding goals that all these governments agreed upon to quote unquote, focus the world on as we head towards 2030. And what was actually interesting is, as I was studying them and the impact of this, I noticed two things. Number one, that if you actually parsed the language of all these 17 goals, the words freedom and democracy and free speech and anything like related to that appears 0 times. So basically, these sustainable development goals are actually, they were written by the Syrians and the Russians and the Chinese and the Egyptians, and they're made to sound nice, but they're basically, their aim is to keep these institutions in place and to protect the existing power structures. And there isn't, even the words human rights are mentioned 4 times out of, I don't know, about more than 10,000 words, and they're only mentioned in a very peripheral way. But democracy, elections, journalism, these things are mentioned 0 times. So I was thinking about the fact that, these goals drive literally billions of dollars. I mean, it looked like last year almost $500 billion actually of investment and economic activity, because the UN's pushing people towards, trying to do good and do well at the same time through the SDGs. And there's all kinds of family offices and impact investors trying to follow this. And I thought it was crazy when I realized that civil liberties and civil rights and political rights are being, left out. There's no options. Like, let's say you're a family office and you want to invest for the future, and you invite someone to come over and advise you, and you want to do good. You don't just want to give grants away. You want to invest in companies and industries that are going to make the planet better. You aren't going to get an option to help protect things like civil liberties, free speech, etc. It doesn't exist. So when I started to see over the last decade companies, come out with everything from decentralized money, which is obviously the topic of today's conversation, in Bitcoin, but also things like encrypted messaging, and to watch Signal and their technology kind of essentially get purchased, and even recently seeing Keybase getting purchased by Zoom, all these other things. Like TunnelBear is a VPN company that got bought for $400 million by McAfee. So there are pretty strong civil liberties protecting companies and technologies that have done really well in the last decade. And I hope they can be a kind of like a parallel to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, where, people can have in their mind, hey, maybe I can do well and do good at the same time by investing in tech that supports freedom and democracy. And to me, Bitcoin is the foundation for that. But there's a lot of other stuff in this area. What are your thoughts in general on this?
For sure. I think that things that have happened lately, I think, have shed a lot of light on the politicization of some of these organizations that we thought were kind of neutral or, had the public interest in mind. like you say, that the UN or the WHO, who've obviously been co-opted, or have an agenda that is not strictly the interests of the common good. So I think there's a lot of distrust going on with people. I think that distrust should be spilling over to the money issue as we continue to print ridiculous amounts of money. I'm worried that for people in the United States or anyone who's holding dollars, at some point, if the dollar ever loses its reserve status, you might see ridiculous hyperinflation of the dollar. I don't think that's impossible. As far as like the encryption, one thing I worry about with these companies that are focused on encryption being acquired by larger companies is that the larger companies always are more susceptible to government intervention in some capacity.
Yeah.
Being strong-armed. When you're a public company worth hundreds of billions of dollars, you've got a lot to lose, right? And you probably cannot take the position that you're going to exit your business from the United States, or from any particular major geo that provides you 30% of your revenue. That's not a tenable thing for your shareholders, and so you just have to cave and you install the backdoors and you don't tell anybody and you pretend you're doing encryption and really, if it's not verifiable by the end user, you get away with it, and the government still has their way, and people aren't as protected as they thought. So that's my concern with that. On the surface, it's great. I hope it means that Zoom and other companies are really taking encryption and privacy seriously. Whether they can maintain that position, I think is yet to be seen. But hopefully they can, and hopefully the consumer really starts to demand this more. I think the power is really with the consumer, and if it just becomes kind of table stakes that any kind of messaging app or video app has end-to-end encryption, and you cannot have a successful business in this field without supporting those features, then I think the argument gets stronger for these businesses to actually push back on the government. But what I'm seeing now is that most people just don't care. They're not aware of the issues. They're happy to give up their privacy in exchange for convenience. And to me, that's like the real concern. And how do we change that in people? How do we get people to care?
Right. It's interesting. I agree. I'm very skeptical that Zoom will, that their encryption will be open source. Let's put it that way. What I was getting at is that it's cool to see a company like Keybase or an organization like Keybase that's obviously was founded with privacy in mind, be able to do well from a business perspective. And if you think about the fact that around the world, when people go to start companies and go to business school, or they enter an accelerator or go to Y Combinator, if you actually read the themes that they can go into, there are like tracks, right? There's like environment, there's healthcare, etc. There's no freedom track in any of these things. And it's a big feedback loop issue, because the smartest people in the world are starting, the push to start companies to follow this like Silicon Valley dream, right? In India and China, etc. And there isn't an encouragement or a fellowship or a track usually that is about freedom and civil liberties. It doesn't exist. So when you start actually talking about and observing the fact that a lot of these companies have actually done really well, maybe we could see a day where when you go to an event like in San Francisco, we have this thing called SOCAP, which is like for all these impact-minded investors, and you go in this giant warehouse type building and you see all the different focuses. And again, it's like environment, health, food, agri, whatever. There's no freedom, So if we could get to a point where people realize that investing in freedom, which would be like, again, decentralized money, encrypted messaging, unfettered access to the internet, if people could realize that, like, hey, they could actually do really well financially for themselves by entering into this space, I think that would have a tremendous impact on the world.
For sure. I think seeing more exits like Keybase would be great, or more businesses licensing signals technology. That sends a strong signal that there is money to be made doing this. I think one of the issues though is that it's hard to quantify the value of some of these things. What is the value of human rights? How do you put a price on that? How do we measure that? Is there a market for that somehow? Does anyone actually have a financial interest in that being preserved?
Right. Well, it's like, for example, so again, if you're a family office or a corporation and you're being socially pressured to do impact investing now, there's this trend where wealthy entities, they used to have two offices in their two parts of their office. They would have the part of the office that would give gifts away, donations, and then on the other hand, they would have the part of the office that would do straight up investing with no moral compass, right? And that's how it used to be for decades and decades. But now they're being pushed together, and a lot of them are like, we're going to do all of our investing for good. And again, if we don't have a framework or a narrative that they should actually be looking to support civil liberties, then those things will disappear or get weakened. So I guess one of my goals has been to try and talk a lot about this and see if we can get something like, whether it's, of course you've heard about ed tech, or you've heard about agri-tech or health tech. If we could get democracy tech or dem tech or freedom tech or whatever popularized, it could actually go a long way, because there's hundreds of billions of dollars at stake here. So anyway, it's interesting because I feel like your company squarely fits into that. Maybe not everything that you do, but your ultimate vision of creating or helping people on board into an open financial system would be really a nice part of that. So I guess we'll have to see where it goes from there. But
thanks.
I wanted to
Go
also.
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
We were really lucky to have the opportunity to do that. I think it's not often in life you can make money and actually help the world at the same time. And so we're fortunate to be in that position. We're also fortunate to have very early investors who saw the opportunity and instead of just buying more Bitcoin, invested in our company and saw that investment as something that was long-term, probably going to help the value of their Bitcoin.
Yeah, so for me, I'm thinking about all these tens of millions of young, smart people who are, between the ages of, 12 and 25, and they're trying to figure out what they're going to study and what they're going to do. And a lot of them are going to be pulled into working on big data analysis and AI programs and things that are authoritarian at the end of the day, things that are going to help governments control power, augment their power, have more omniscience over what's happening in society. So it would be very cool if more of them were like, oh, I actually want to work on Bitcoin, or I want to work on bringing encryption to the masses, or I want to do what Moxie Marlinspike did, in creating this organization that seems to, from what he says, the government has not tried to shut them down, and they're working on very anti-government technology, obviously, and yet they're able to kind of do what they can do what they do relatively unimpeded. And obviously that couldn't happen in a dictatorship. It's not like open whisper systems could be allowed to exist in Saudi Arabia or Russia or China, but it exists here. And, I think they provide a useful check, and his vision is to bring, encryption to 1 billion people. And he may succeed. So if we could get more people aspiring to work in this kind of, what I'm trying to say might be construed as an area, again, I think it could have tremendous long-term impact on the world, and it would make human rights activists less apprehensive about business, I guess, and finance. If they knew that they had some allies there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the price of Bitcoin continues to go up, I think you've got more wealthy Bitcoiners out there who believe in these values and who are willing to make investments not strictly for the maximum cash return, but thinking of the social return or the social impact of their investment. And I hope that we'll see a lot more rich Bitcoiners actually investing and supporting these kinds of projects. Yeah, I mean, and when we talk about the human rights movement and Bitcoin, which is kind of where I want to go next,
it's a difficult transition for folks because it was hard enough to get human rights activists in what we've been doing at HRF, me personally, since 2007. To use PGP, it was really hard. Like, for example, we wanted to help them be more safe online and have more digital security is one of the things that we do with these movements around the world. And, PGP is just sort of a pain for most people. So Signal's been a really big game changer, and it's really helped me understand that the user interface and usability of these technologies is really, really critical for getting journalists and activists to use them. You obviously hear about when Snowden was trying to leak stuff and he's trying to get these people from The Guardian to set up PGP, and they're like, what is this? We've come a long way from there. I remember talking to some very famous activists in my network, and they were using text message and email. They had no clue. But today they know. And we actually, the Human Rights Foundation did an event last year, a workshop for about 100 activists from one part of the world. Everything was done on Signal. Flights, coordination, nothing was done over email or text. And, it's helpful if you can start doing that sort of thing. But to me, Bitcoin's kind of like the next bridge, and it's the next step because it's even harder kind of to help. It's even, in a way, kind of harder to explain. It's one thing to say, hey, you should probably protect your messaging, but you should protect your finances is like a next level thing. Have you sort of observed that in terms of narrative?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've come such a long way in the last 10 years in terms of usability of Bitcoin, but there's still a long way to go. It's still not as easy as it could be. It's not as simple as just using PayPal, but it could be. And I think we're actually getting pretty close.
I know.
I'd say probably in the next 3 years, it's going to be very easy to use it. And that will no longer be a friction point for adoption.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm really, really excited about
I think what I've seen is in the human rights space, the other thing is that human rights activists never really think about finance. Mm-hmm. And meaning when they go to present at a conference, you were to go to a normal human rights event of some kind, you would never see anything about finance or economics kind of on the table as far as part of the discussion. And yet, when you actually interview these people, it's such a critical part of their lives. I remember my friend Ivan Mawire is one of the leaders of the democracy movement in Zimbabwe. He helped create this protest whereby he got 9 million people to stay home as a stay home protest. And it ended up creating a movement that brought Mugabe down. And, this guy lived through real hyperinflation, right? And yet when I invited him to come to San Francisco a couple years ago to talk about hyperinflation, and he was like, no one's ever asked me to do that. And I was like, that's interesting. And yet he comes and he gives this eloquent explanation of just how devastating it was to live through it with all kinds of examples. And while he's speaking, he pulls out from his shirt a necklace he's wearing, which has the 1980 Zimbabwean dollar, hanging from his neck. And he says that we in the activist community wear this because it's a symbol of what our money used to be, where the Zimbabwean dollar used to be worth $2 in 1980, and then it went to zero. So it's actually really on their mind and very much something that they care about, but they're never invited to speak about it. So that's one thing that I'd like to see changed, is to see financial freedom, challenging financial repression, talking about financial repression, talking about bank freezes and confiscations and capital controls. These things should be part of our conversations. And as someone who does at the Human Rights Foundation, we're supporting activists around the world. It can be very hard to get money to these folks. Their bank accounts are monitored. I've met many people who simply cannot accept funds from abroad without going to jail. So you can really start to see how Bitcoin is going to start to make a massive impact in this area as something that can't be stopped and as something that can be, transferred in a parallel way. What are your general thoughts on how Bitcoin may impact that part of our world?
Yeah, I think it's got huge potential there. I mean, about Operation Choke Point, where things that are explicitly legal are effectively prohibited.
Do you just want to
the
explain that
financial
for
system.
anyone here who
Yeah.
may not know Operation Choke Point?
So Operation Choke Point is basically the government sort of telling banks, hey, this activity that is illegal, we don't like it, or sorry, the activity that is legal, we don't like it, and so if you continue to bank this activity, we are going to audit you and make your life difficult, and maybe we're going to come up with fines or whatever. And so the banks then say, okay, well, this seems like high risk activity. The government says they don't want us to bank gun dealers or pornography dealers or casinos or marijuana distributors or whatever it is that is actually a legal business. And because of their business, they need a way to take digital payments, or they need a place to store their cash. And the government says to the banks, look, if you do this, we're going to make your life very difficult. And the bank in turn says, okay, well, this little piece of our business is not worth the headache, that we're going to get. And so we're going to, quote unquote, de-risk and stop servicing those businesses. And, it's basically a way around actually having to change the law, that the government can kind of threaten the banking system. And there's no rail of last resort for these businesses. There's no public bank that people can turn to when the private banks prohibit their business. So this is a massive problem, not just in the United States, but all over the world. Right? We see the United States intervening in SWIFT payments around the world, imposing one country's rules on the entire world's financial transactions. So Bitcoin as a method of getting around that, the peer-to-peer payments, basically enables legal transactions from continuing to occur, and financing dissidents in a country that would otherwise be blocked by their government, I think is a great use case.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the folks at BTC Pay Server, but it basically, I love, not only talking about what they do, but also thinking about what they've done more broadly in terms of creating essentially an open source payment processor. You can even talk about that to people who don't know what Bitcoin is, and just say that, for example, whether it's someone selling something that may be innocuous, but the U.S. government doesn't like it, in your example with Operation Choke Point, or let's say a Russian, civil society group which can no longer accept funding because Putin has basically is watching their bank account. They can throw up a BTC Pay Server instance on their website, whether it's on a private link that they share only with some people, or just straight up on their website, and they can continue to accept donations, and it's not like in an unstoppable way. And there's work to be done in terms of helping these people understand how to custody that properly, of course, and do key management, and then understand when these folks they may hodl some, but they're using Bitcoin as a full economic system. So they're going to need to cash out some of what they get donated to pay for program expenses. So what we're trying to do is help them, all these different groups that we work with, understand what the safest way to do that is in terms of shaving off the Bitcoin into fiat when they need to privately. And in some places you can do it, like in Hong Kong, you can withdraw Bitcoin from ATMs with no KYC at all. And that's a really useful way to support Hong Kong journalists and protesters. That's obviously very unique to Hong Kong. But in Moscow, there's tons of P2P exchange type activity where, if you have a half Bitcoin that you got donated, you need to sell it, you can do it with very minimal KYC. So again, I'm trying to learn about this as much as possible because the folks we're working with are under a lot of pressure and they're very interested in continuing their work. And honestly, if governments can cut off and monopolize the financial system, they can kill democracy movements. They can kill the opposition. If they can't pay for their employees and they can't remunerate folks, it gets really, really difficult to have a sustained movement. So, we're kind of, as you're saying, we're still very early, but in the future, this is going to be such a key part to me of how any civil society movement anywhere functions, right? Just fast forward 10 years when all cash is gone, or maybe 20 years. I mean, how are folks gonna fund and finance opposition movements inside difficult environments? You know?
Yeah, I think Bitcoin is really the only option right now. We actually have like a third of all employees at Kraken, which is like 300 people, taking their salary in Bitcoin. And I think that's a great way, if you are running an organization that is somehow banned by the banking system, if you can pay your employees in Bitcoin, and then just your employees will have a much easier time cashing out. They can set up accounts as an individual with exchanges and banks, and hopefully they're not individually on some blacklist. And taking Bitcoin at least to do payroll is pretty easy. So they can at least do that. If they have other expenses, like the organization itself needs to cash out to pay rent or something like that, or then it gets a bit more difficult. But there are even services online that will let you trade Bitcoin for someone, Amazon credit, AWS credit. So there are a lot of ways around it. People are building the paths to not have to use the traditional system at all.
Yeah, so, look, what we're looking at is, again, the need for education, much like people, at least in the human rights movement, much like people didn't understand why they would need to use PGP or Signal in the beginning. It took a lot of repeated, conversations for me and for HRF and for other groups to help folks understand how they were vulnerable. We're going to have to go through that whole thing again with regard to education on why financial freedom is very important. That it's not just some ideological thing, or it's not about greed or not paying taxes. It's not about any of those tropes. It's much more fundamental that if a government has total control over money and currency, which they haven't, of course, up to this point, because cash still exists, and it provides people a bearer asset, provides people privacy, it provides people a way of saving outside the government's control. Which is why some dictatorships have demonetized. And I was stunned to hear stories from North Korea and Eritrea. About 10 years ago, both of these governments just decided to completely demonetize and just say all money that exists is no longer valid. You have 30 days to turn it in, and after that, it's worthless. So, that may sound like science fiction to you, but it's happened on this planet numerous times, and I believe it will happen for sure in the next 15, 20 years in most countries. There'll be cash will just disappear completely, whether it's because of threats from things like coronavirus, that we need to get rid of banknotes because they're dirty. And, as much as I'm a big fan of cash, I don't necessarily disagree. Obviously, they're kind of gross. And I think kids born today will kind of laugh at the idea of using paper money. But we really need to make sure we have this decentralized digital financial system up and running, because if not, it's a one-way road to totalitarianism.
Yeah, absolutely. Once the entire money system is digitized and in control of the government, what do you do when you are blacklisted from this system? What alternative do you have? I mean, now you have Bitcoin, and at some point more people are gonna figure that out. But that's a very scary thing, right? To be in a position of the government controlling everything, being the intermediary for all your transactions, having complete visibility into everything that happens, and being able to turn you off if they want to. And
so
we need to get ahead of that.
Totally. And to me, I wanted to focus the remaining part of our conversation on privacy in Bitcoin, because I do feel very strongly that it's not only going to be a point of huge friction over the next decade, much like the block size was, for example, and you're going to have two camps, one that's more driven by, I think, ideology and a passion for keeping Bitcoin free and a tool of freedom, and another camp that may be more interested in just short-term making a lot of money. But curious to hear what you think about how this kind of little conflict is going to start to, occur over the next few years in terms of adding more privacy technology to Bitcoin, and also in the broader ecosystem, how will companies react to governments, incessant and increasing and inexorable pressure to do, total KYC, and how do you fight off, for example, governments saying that no, you can't even allow your users to withdraw to their private accounts anymore? That's kind of my greatest fear. So what are your thoughts around the kind of coming storm, I guess is what I want to say.
Yeah. Well, I hope that the DEX technology continues to develop and actually, in a more decentralized way than it has. We've seen some DEX projects be influenced by government actors or even fined by the government. And that's obviously not a great position to be in, where it would be as if Satoshi was still around and committing code to Bitcoin. I think we kind of need a DEX that is fully anonymously done or completely decentralized with community development and without.
Are you able to point out a project in mind? Like are you talking about something sort of that's structured like this, or what do you have in mind?
Yeah, stuff like this, Uniswap. There are a bunch of DEXs in development that, one that got fined by the SEC was Ether Delta
right.
a while back, and that was basically like a one-man operation, right? So, so stuff like that is an issue. I don't think we're far enough along yet, but hopefully, we catch up in time. As far as stuff, the KYC impositions and possibly not being able to withdraw to a non-KYC wallet, we haven't had any of that yet. It seems inevitable.
Right.
That would be something that's coming down the line at some point. However, there are a lot of people in government that do understand privacy, and they will admit that financial privacy ought to be a human right, and stuff like Zcash has a real use case, and no, they themselves admit that they do not want everybody in the world knowing about every financial transaction that they make. So I think that we have some allies in the government, but it may be other countries fall sooner than later.
Well, we're going to be cheering you guys on. I know that you and Square and so many other companies are fighting a lot of fights that people don't know about to keep Bitcoin as free as possible. And let me just underline why privacy is so important. So if you don't have privacy in Bitcoin, for example, if the major ways that anyone on this earth can buy Bitcoin reasonably are through exchanges that then are not allowing folks to withdraw to non-KYC accounts, then the government knows where all the Bitcoin is. And that's kind of the point. That's one of the most important parts of Bitcoin is your ability to fight confiscation. And you can even fight it even if they know that you have it, you can still probably hide it from them, which is why it's so different than gold or any other asset, is its confiscation resistance. But really the ideal thing is that, it shouldn't be any of their business to know exactly what you're doing, as long as you're a law-abiding citizen and playing by the rules of the game. So, if we lose that in Bitcoin, I do fear for, maybe not for its future, but certainly for ours. So certainly, we're cheering for you to keep pushing in that area.
Thanks. Yeah, we're pushing back as much as we can on that all over the world, and things are in a different place in every country, and I worry more about these international efforts, things like FATF. Even like the UN at some point, and it's not just that they have to make it explicitly illegal. I think someone on the panel earlier mentioned, taxation as a way to really hurt Bitcoin. If every Bitcoin transaction suddenly has a 30% tax on it, that effectively kills it as well. So
right. What are your? I think we have just a couple minutes left. What are some of the technologies, or I guess new Bitcoin ways to use Bitcoin that you're excited about in terms of things like whether it's stuff like Lightning or CoinJoin, or what have you been looking at as something where you're like, wow, this could actually make a huge difference in terms of privacy or sovereignty, etc.
Yeah, for now, I mean, general mixing, CoinJoin is useful. Again, like most people just don't care. I think, one of the things that's going to make CoinJoin and mixing more useful is just more people on the network using it.
Yeah.
So more participants in those transactions. And especially from all over the world, right? Like how more guys from Hong Kong who bought Bitcoin anonymously, putting their Bitcoins into the mixer. That kind of stuff I think is great. Technology changes to the core protocol. It sounds like, they're a ways off and may eventually require a hard fork. But I think those are also really interesting. Now I think there's a balance of implementing these things in a way that doesn't cause the government to have like a knee-jerk reaction and do something rash, like before Bitcoin has really gained enough adoption that it's not stoppable at that point. And historically we've been able to kind of quell the fears of the regulators by saying, oh, look, like Bitcoin's completely traceable, and they like that, obviously.
Yeah, that was a bad argument.
Yeah, hopefully it's not that way forever, but it would be great if we got to some sort of like escape velocity by the time
I also just felt that was always a very disingenuous argument, because it actually, if you know what you're doing, it is extremely hard to track your Bitcoin, and yet you had people out there saying, oh, you can see everything. So either way, again, just to tie everything together, I think that working on Bitcoin and privacy and on protecting users of Bitcoin will help us preserve this incredible tool that we really need. I mean, at the end of the day, there's going to be more facial recognition. There's going to be more surveillance. There's going to be more excuses to do emergency power grabs. Governments are going to get more ruthless, especially as this economic situation for them gets worse. Their currencies are going to depreciate in value. They're going to get more rash in what they do. And we do have, thankfully, this like check against their power. We have Bitcoin, which is remarkable. And it would be really sad to live in a world without Bitcoin, but we don't have to. We do live in a world with it. So great to see, I think, companies and hopefully NGOs and activists, different people come together to start to realize how grateful we should be towards this, and how we should really be putting a lot of our time and effort towards this. So I certainly thank you for putting this together and for fighting the good fight on the business side, and we'll keep trying to do it on the activist side too.
For sure. Yeah, thank you for all your work. I hope we can kind of create a movement with, there's so many influencers on social media these days, and there's so many young people who are really concerned about social issues. I hope it can become a thing that people look at Bitcoin as the people's currency, and
it will.
That
it's the people's money, man, and there's just, you can't stop it. Once people start to understand what it is, it'll become inevitable, especially young people. They haven't caught on yet, but give it 5 years. It's going to be very exciting to watch.
Yeah. Fully agree.
So thanks again. This has been such a blast, and look forward to more collaborations in the future, Jesse.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for hosting and for coming on, and all the work you guys are doing at the Human Rights Foundation.
My pleasure. All right.
Do we have
thanks, everybody. We'll see you soon.
All right. Thanks.
This was an awesome discussion. Thank you. This was great.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're coming up to the final session, which will start on the hour in 15 minutes. Elizabeth Stark, the CEO and founder of Lightning Labs, will be joining us here. It's going to be an awesome finish to this halving party. By the way, I'm not seeing anyone dancing. Why isn't anyone dancing? Yeah, okay. That's better. Cool. So, yeah, feel free to either take off your headset for a couple of minutes and freshen up, or just hang out and have fun. And we're gonna start the next session in 15 minutes. So see you soon.
Hey, I'm Peter Schiff. I can tell you this is going to zero.
Oh, hello, Peter.
My wallet lost my password.
Why don't we send you some more Bitcoin then?
My wallet.
You can burn it for us.
My wallet lost my password.
Thanks, Peter. Very insightful.
If I be you, I do some gold. I am selling some gold. I accept Bitcoins at my store. I'm Peter Schiff, and I can tell you this is going to zero. Be careful. I'm Peter Schiff. This is going to zero.
What's going on, you guys? All right, let's do another round of questions. You guys are interested in hearing another round of questions?
Sweet. Yeah, I hear that. Yeah.
Upstairs.
Can anyone speak here?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
That's the one. Yeah. Sing for us. Sing for us, Max.
We're doing a rave. Oh, what are we singing?
I don't know.
Pew pew. Head and shoulders, Jesus, toes.
Yeah.
That's advanced stuff.
To get out. There you go.
Have to do some exercise between the talks.
Yeah, the intermission. So when I teleport, do you guys see me just appear somewhere else, or do I actually like walk over fast?
I don't know. Try it.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah,
Wait.
it's like blinking very fast.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
a few
it's like-
frames in between, but.
Slides super fast.
Yeah.
Oh, you're just walking around though. Oh, wait. I'm gonna get tangled in my cable.
We're 20% down. Guys, what's going on here? We're 20% down.
Nice.
Exactly.
Waiting until we can buy again.
We have no more Bitcoin.
Yeah, did it just everyone is dancing.
Nintendo days.
Yeah, it's time for dancing. Yeah. Here.
Not too close.
It's a good thing we can't catch any virus in here.
Stay back. Wait, stay back. I got guns.
Yeah.
How are you?
The robots could be safe.
Yeah, they can't get infected.
Getting used to this.
Achoo!
Yeah, well, it's funny. I was watching a live stream
Yeah.
to try to minimize like head pressure.
Yeah.
Let's see, how's our bridge doing?
My dog has just stolen my cable.
Yeah, that's the problem with VR. I mean, he doesn't know you can't see anything.
No, I know. He like took the cable and me with them.
Okay, we'll start.
It's funny if your hand is moving away.
Yeah.
So when do we get VR for dogs?
How do I reach it back?
Oh yeah, that'd be something. We can like bring them in, bring your dog to VR.
Oh yeah.
You never see a lot of walls being run into.
Yeah.
You never need to walk him again.
Yeah.
Walk himself.
Yeah, you put on the helmet
Like a
and
little
they
dog
just
you can
straight
pet
out of the door.
and throw sticks for him.
Yeah, I mean, training them.
Yeah,
They're
I like
running,
the
he's
lab. The
running
lab's
them.
awesome.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I feel like I'm cheating on my dog when he's like sitting right there and I'm petting the dog.
The virtual thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's pretty hilarious.
Oh, I think I have to revisit this also.
It's very good. Yeah. I don't know if
It's the lab on Steam VR.
Yeah.
I actually have this headset like over a year or so, and
what happened to your neck?
Udi brought it back for me with the meetups.
Ah.
I dusted it off, and here I am.
I took like a year off from VR, so I'm kind of want to see how the games have come along now.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff. I mean, it has improved quite a lot actually. Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear, because before it was either like a game that wasn't in VR that they kind of tacked VR on, but it wasn't perfect, or like not very great graphics. I like my graphics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Have you played the new Half-Life?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Is that what
that's
graphics are
an excellent
super
showcase
amazing.
of what it can do right now.
Is that a horror though? Because I've done horrors, and I've like been screaming, and then the dog's like, "What are you doing?"
It can be a bit scary at times.
Okay.
Prepare for that.
Because you don't want to be in a VR horror game. Like that's the
But
worst
I mean, it
combination.
doesn't have they minimize the jump scare, so it's just
do they?
the
Okay.
existential dread of the environment.
That's even worse.
That's fine. Yeah. So there's
was-
kind of like no jump scare.
I think so. Yeah, much better. He's like a really good
I've been
Okay, I want to test out the mirroring thing to see if people can see us on other rooms. So, can you...
She saved my life.
Yeah, so host tools is on the right bottom.
just my head.
Just your head.
Yeah, so those you don't,
39, 37, and 40.
yeah, you don't need to open the host panel. You can close the host panel.
Okay, when
And
we start, I need to do amplify my voice and go on air, right?
You're from the
yeah, let's do go on air right now so we can test
Me?
if it works before we start.
I'm in Canada.
I am from Sweden.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yeah, let me check. I'll ask my guys.
Although I live in Berlin.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, you live in Berlin now?
Yeah. Yeah, I ran away from Sweden.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
I lived in
Berlin is
Germany for
even
3
more,
years
uh,
when we ran away from Poland.
No,
For-
no, not
during
at all.
communism.
So, are you having fun? Are you
Or
using
like
VR by now?
during the
with
corona.
crypto.
Oh
What?
yeah.
No,
Are you
I mean,
used to VR by now, or
we
not yet?
can, there's actually no capital gains
I
tax
messed up
in,
my
in
boundary,
Germany.
and now my
it's,
back.
yeah,
on
it's if you
crypto.
hold, you have to hold it for a year, right, or something.
Awesome.
It's fine.
I think something like that, but also
Wish
like Sweden now
Canada put
has
that
2 years after I
good.
moved out. They still can
Okay, wait, I'm on
take
air right
capital
now. I'm
gains
going
tax
off
from my crypto. So I have to
Oh, okay.
hodl my
Okay, I'm off
Bitcoin
air.
for 2 years after I moved out.
No, why did you go off there?
Oh, because I
30%.
Yeah.
giving my boundaries.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Some countries have like an exit
No, go
tax,
go
don't
back
they?
on air.
Like you have to pay
Do it.
No,
a tax
Oh,
on
they,
your assets or no?
Hi.
They thought about
You made
bringing
it.
it like
Wow.
a year ago.
I
or
don't
something.
think
That was
they
like
recognize
half a year
you.
after I
Who you
moved. So.
Well, I actually have. I
Unfortunately.
decided to go with purple hair, and because
That's
of
like a
like
good
Kraken
reason
and
to
actually
move,
lightning.
yeah,
rods
it
and
is.
purple
Yeah,
hair.
yeah,
Yeah.
True. I mean, years go by. Yeah, and the price goes up,
Typical
and
New Yorker,
every
all
time
black.
you
I like
look
that we're
at it,
in
it's
New
like,
York
oh, wow.
City or something.
But I
At least
work
there's a
for
person that looks like
the
you.
Swedish Bitcoin firm BTCX.
That's cool.
So
Oh,
I'm
you do?
involved in
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait. Would you
So
like
I'm
that
involved
on
in
air?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
like the old
testing.
school ones where
Yeah,
one
one
of the first
Are we on?
ones
Yeah.
really dodgy site in the beginning.
Yeah,
where
you don't-
the
No, man,
Capiton
I can
one,
talk.
and you have
Oh,
the
yeah.
BTCX.
And
Exactly.
Android, which room are you in?
Capiton or
Are you on the PC or are
Yeah,
you?
you got
Yeah,
you got
yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, I'm on the
Pretty
PC.
good.
That's
Yeah,
it.
did you
It's
hear
right.
Yeah,
Is the
so
captain
can you
on?
check in another room? Just
No,
I know
the
it's
captain,
not
yeah,
on
he-
yet. I just want to see his Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That's okay. Yeah, it's good.
So that just means that you're being.
on Flashback.
Looks like we still got
Swedish
120
forum.
people in the three rooms.
But only people that are
This
close
is
to me
this
can
is
hear me.
because I was
So I don't
hospitalized
have,
or
Exactly.
institutionalized.
Oh,
Exactly.
sorry.
Yeah,
I lost
so
my
yeah,
pointer. Anyone
good.
lose their
Cool,
pointer?
thanks.
Yeah, I know you have to.
What do you think
recharge.
about the VR?
Oh, well, I come back to this room. I heard if you restart, you go to
Fun
different
times.
room.
Yeah, it's like 50-50.
Indeed.
Sorry. I can't
Think
approve
about the VR, what?
at the moment.
Like, I'm
Because
thinking
you
now,
can't
like,
point.
do you think people, like, given the option of
You might lose you.
VR event,
I
do
see
you
my
think
boundary.
people will accept
Oh.
it?
No, I don't think that will work.
Can you move your chair?
I think that's like my question.
On my couch.
Yeah, I'm gonna question.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
This
well, that sounds
So
complicated.
like inside the window, relock.
it's kind of black. You only have 60 people in a room that you can hopefully customize yourself.
I think I'm. Do you mind?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah?
exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
You only in a specific room, I guess. One room.
Well, I got
Is it
this,
this one?
that guy over there.
Oh.
Rudy, can you hear me now?
I think
Yeah.
they filmed the room with the
Okay, cool. So
dancers.
I'm in a
in.
different instance.
Awesome.
So it's all good.
Yeah, unfortunately,
So-
he had to leave to fix something, so we'll have to test
I
it again.
can't see the two
Yeah,
cameras.
so we're looking
I'll stay.
into like,
Okay.
they could like put ping pong
Cool.
tables
Cool.
or something in here or something.
Oh, yeah, what
I
are
don't
the
know.
cameras?
Fun. Like,
I
you
thought
could
I
see
saw them
those
earlier. There were people. The
They're,
cameras were
like, up
people.
there.
Or
Yeah,
no?
there were like two robots up there filming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was just
Yeah.
one guy.
Yeah.
Has a lot more customization.
Maybe they left.
Yeah, people seem to like the
These
VR.
guys.
It's stable. So,
No, the
Oh, interesting. There's a
camera
radius
thing.
on when you talk and what you can hear.
on the other hand, it's
That's the main cool difference in this VR.
intense. I guess it
To like people. Everyone is the same. You can't split up in rooms. This here it's totally natural. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
There's
it's-
some video conferencing where you can simulate it, like on a there's a plan, and you can move your in 2D. You can move your place.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine this, but with like a 3D
Zoom has
cam
breakout
that would
rooms, though,
film
where
you
you
at
can
the same
join
time.
like a few people.
Yeah, but that
a
exactly.
specific
But that would be like augmented reality, so you could like see the VR
Oh.
people also while in real life. So then you have like some.
Yeah,
blend
there's
of
nothing
the both.
perfect yet, but I feel like
Yeah.
building something would take quite a big tech stack.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
Exactly.
I think that's a, really interesting idea.
Yeah,
But like group building is much better in VR. Like
this is crazy because like VR is
VR has
the
potential to
person.
Yeah.
Not how you work.
Yeah. Oh, so we've got a well, we've got a 3D printer, but also a scanner, a 3D scanner. So I wonder if we get to the point where you can like scan your face, upload it, and then like you see me, right?
You can see yourself.
Yeah.
You can move your hands and like you can talk with your hands and stuff.
That's interesting.
And like
especially now with how everything turned out with the
version, as far as I know.
One of the funny things I run after my talk, I did a show of hands.
You have a mic?
Yeah. You already have like the eye tracking and stuff.
Yeah.
Tracking.
Yeah, I've got the hand tracker where you can actually track it.
Oh yeah.
You can stick to the vibe.
What's up?
Yeah. Also, this is not available.
It's so early.
I run a meetup called Crypto Mondays in VR. And
well, I think that's why you get the streaming too. So it's actually funny. Like, I didn't think about like the camera or like like the visual for like the streams. But like we could probably have like hands, like or something. Like, probably wouldn't even be that hard. If I was doing it again, like I think that's something I would probably like. And I didn't even think about it until I saw the live stream. I was like, oh, that probably would have been something.
You see them?
Like users are going to point it back
You
to
see my
the
hands?
oversee the bankruptcy.
Is this like a repeat of
Are you from there?
Yeah, you see the camera bot up there?
Where are you from, buddy?
Basically embezzled money.
I think you could reposition them because yeah, we could have maybe had like a few different.
Nordic?
I don't know how that works.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Funds
Okay.
to other exchanges, market loss. So it's about 200 million Canadian.
It's like parallel Mount Gox.
No,
Yeah, I
he
wonder
died.
if there's like
He
any.
died in India.
Oh yeah, the guy that
maybe
he died.
he died.
Maybe. Yeah.
He died.
The tricky part is like I used to think like yeah, 99%. Now it's more like 90% he's dead because there's some really good research done. Like when they went to India, they interviewed people. Some really happened.
Actually,
His body.
have the Zoom.
Are you in the computer? First?
Hospital didn't want to accept it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Are you
I
on
don't know
computer?
about that. I actually just made those like visuals that you see up there this morning. Like I realized
Oh,
I didn't have anything.
And have a VR headset? Yeah.
I put stuff together this morning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Suspicious enough, I guess.
That's one of the best ones there. I mean, you can play
So
Health
users have
License, all
about
those
$40
new
million
games.
left, and legal
Waiting for
fees to
the
dig them
index
up.
because
It's
the
quite
date
expensive.
8 weeks to encrypt, and this was on
40 million out of
the Wi-Fi stuff
the
is
214. So it's like what's the best way to spend funds, right?
Yeah.
Will it help?
Well, but that's the thing.
Yeah, I accidentally got booted out of the thing.
Hey, what do you
into
do
my
then?
panel.
Yeah.
I was like,
Take his
50 Teslas.
Yeah. I mean, the FBI is investigating, so
Okay.
I think they've got a lot
Yeah, I
more
still need the batteries for
resources to
my
put forward
controllers.
than the
I think
Canadian
that's why I
police
was
even. So, long term, maybe something will happen that will be
Okay, right
positive for users.
Yeah.
But overall, yes.
I'm glad you and Alex found it pretty well. Though. You met him before. I felt like you guys.
Don't keep your
Not your keys,
Yeah, exactly.
not your phone.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Not your keys, not your phone.
except Kraken.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Was there content here before?
I have never been to one of those.
Sorry?
What?
Was there content? Was people speaking on the?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're doing some technical.
Oh yeah.
Technical difficulties. They'll be speaking
The CEO, exactly. The CEO, Kraken CEO, was just here.
So, Elizabeth?
One second.
CEO is over there.
I'm retweeting this. Hold on.
And
Oh
then
yeah, there he is.
Is Udi around?
Udi is on stage.
Yeah.
So I think he's. Oh, there he is.
Udi. It's Lou.
Oh, you
Hey,
don't
where are
have
you?
the browser in this? You should
Oh,
actually.
here.
That's actually crazy. If you look
Yeah,
at your tools,
I see you.
So are you gonna? So we're gonna be
you
on
can
the
actually
panel
open like a live web browser in here,
are you
but
going to be on the
it's
panel
crazy.
consensus?
I am. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Again,
going to be
I don't
fun.
know how it looks on the
Yeah,
desktop,
yeah.
but it looks very creepy. You can like move around, just like
No,
basically,
no,
like, you
no
have a
regular
screen
men for
within
me.
the world.
Not
Like,
yet.
only you can see,
Too
or
soon.
you can like put anything on it. That's what I was
You're back?
wondering, yeah.
Okay, good.
That's pretty nuts.
Okay, good.
That means the processing
Andrew,
power
can
is,
we
like,
do
pretty
one more
good.
test?
So you can each run.
Yeah,
like,
go for it.
Totally.
Okay. Okay. So, you want to right now, Elizabeth?
No,
Richard.
I go on air?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that. So
Okay,
they've got like
testing.
a
Cool.
screen, and I actually
Okay.
Am I on it?
Where are you?
Can you see him?
People hear me on the room.
Yeah.
Ah, we're in California.
Oh,
Yep,
cool.
just popped in and we-
Kind of Central Valley.
Okay.
Great. Okay, so
I'm moving to LA after
Yeah,
20
where's
years in New York.
So I'm gonna stand here.
Okay.
You can stand pretty much where you are.
I know, but I can't.
Have you ever heard of Crypto Mondays?
I've not. No.
We're a meetup, 57 cities around the world, the biggest crypto meetup. We moved to VR.
Okay.
So
So,
we're now meeting Mondays
should
at
I
8:30 Eastern time. So if you ever happen to be at Altspace VR at 8:30 on Monday, generally have some good speakers. Had DeFi Dad, DeFi Dad a few weeks ago.
Turn to me.
This week having Lane Reddick, one of the early
okay, well, can you just move
devs
closer,
in
closer to
Ethereum.
the edge of the stage? No,
Sure.
edge of the stage. Yeah. No,
Gotcha. Yeah, I've accepted the friendship, so
Okay.
I'll check it out.
Now you
That's
just move
every
back.
Monday?
Wait.
Every
where do you
Monday.
want?
Are you in
Closer
crypto?
to the stage, so like.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah.
basically,
I've been
if
for
I'm
some time
talking
now.
to folks, I don't have to
Cool.
go
What do you
back
do?
to you.
Mostly
Yeah,
just
like there.
buy and hold. I'm not really
Yeah.
into
Just
the,
to the edge, closer to the
Forex
edge.
style trading. It's,
No, closer to me.
just kind of get it and hold on.
I think that's the right way to do it.
No.
That's
Okay.
what I do.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stack and sack.
Okay.
I have the
That's
Oculus
right.
Quest as well.
Good.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think.
should you, should I
Yeah.
go?
I think it would be fun to trade and make money, but I think 99% of the people who trade
The
lose
controls
money.
are obviously better.
Yeah,
But-
it's
Oh,
funny.
yeah,
That's why I
yeah.
tried to join it, I guess.
Yeah.
This time is never on side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't say that.
If
All right, I'm here.
yeah.
Yeah, I had a
Okay.
a terrible.
World of VR is
So we're ready to go. You guys can take a seat if you want. Well, not if you want. Please take a seat. Great. Awesome. So we have, well, I'm Udi, if you forgot. I'm Udi, and this is not Udi, aka Elizabeth Stark, who's the founder and CEO of Lightning Labs. And this is actually our final session. So if your head is aching, I have good news for you. You'll be able to take off your headset pretty soon. So you should be good. And yeah, I think, well, Elizabeth, this is your first video experience. Let's start with that.
It's not a journey, to be honest. Sorry, I actually had the live stream on, and I was like, wait, why am I hearing myself? And then I realized now I'm off the live stream. So, no, it's been quite an experience so far. I had thank you to Kraken for their Herculean efforts to get me this VR headset, but I managed to get it and make it work in the middle of a pandemic. So, you know.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, it's been cool. Like I appreciated the waiting room lounge. I don't know if folks saw that lounge when you first got in. I was like, oh wow, the Northern Light. So
yeah, they thought of everything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Did you get to try any games? I know you didn't. I'm asking because
Udi, we were
I
on
want
at
to.
midnight last
Come
night,
on.
my time. So
come on,
But-
you need to try. Look,
we
you
made it
need
work.
to try Beat Saber. You need to try Beat Saber.
Okay.
Everyone
Well,
has to try Beat Saber.
Is anybody working on some Lightning VR games? So our VP of Operations, Desiree, is I think in attendance somewhere, but she's kind of our expert in this regard, and I'm sure she'll know who's working
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah. And actually there's this monthly VR Lightning event thing going on, Mintgox, I think it's called, with like
Oh yeah,
Lightning
so there's
games.
a gaming meetup, and then you're also doing a weekly meetup, and I believe next weekend we have a talk coming up on LSAT,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, talk on LSAT on next Saturday. You heard it here first. This is a world scoop.
We'll get into what LSAT is, and I like to trigger Marco Santori with it, but we'll talk about that a bit later.
Yeah, that's good. So look, I thought it could be cool because I don't know. I just Googled it, but it seemed like people first started to kind of talk and think and I guess work on Lightning in the year before the last halving. So I guess started really working on Lightning in 2016, which is like 4 years ago, a whole halving period ago. So I'm kind of wondering what changed. I mean, a lot changed, right? But I'm kind of wondering what changed in. I mean, technically a lot changed in the technical specifics of the network, but also who's using Lightning today compared to who was using it as mostly testing, I guess, 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, and it's hard to believe it's been 4 years. For the last halving, shout out to BitGo. I actually attended an event in California that they threw outside back when we went to events in real space. But yeah, it's interesting how it aligned in many ways with the last halving. So the original Lightning Network paper came out in Feb 2015. Important point, because there's a more recent version that was updated, but that was the original one. And then there was some development after that. I know Rusty over at Blockstream started, and then some of our folks at Lightning Lab started, but I would say 2016 is when the building really fully got into gear. But back then it was like 2 developers. There were so few people working on that. And I would say even just the recognition of the concept of Lightning in a layer 2 was very limited to like a small proportion of, say, Bitcoiners on Reddit and Twitter. Maybe some technical folks that understood that conceptually when it comes to, say, layers of the internet, but it was obscure, very obscure. And I always like to think back to a meeting I had with one of the biggest tech companies in the world who was interested in the blockchain concept when they said to several of us that were working on Lightning, everyone in our company thinks that you guys are insane. They think Bitcoin is insane. They think Lightning is even more insane and it'll never work. And that kind of motivates me, because I like being told that things are insane and impossible.
Yeah.
So from the last halving until now, what we saw was in 2016, there were a smaller number of developers, things really got started. And then it was 2017 when the first test nets emerged. For example, as I'm sure folks know, there are multiple implementations of Lightning, LND, C Lightning, Eclair, there are a few others, Ptarmigan, etc. And that was really when the test nets started to come out. And people started building these applications, which was really fun to see that emerge. Shout out to some developers in France that were very early. They were building hackathon projects. Elaine O, shout out to her. She had a really cool Lightning chicken feeder app. And people were just experimenting. So yeah, remember that?
I love the chicken feeding app.
Exactly. And by the way, sorry, Elaine was feeding a bird before it was cool, and then we had Pollo Feed. So she was really the kind of the leader in that regard. She was innovating back then. But what we really saw was like the tinkerers. It was the early kind of Bitcoiners, but in a way there was also a little bit of a difference for the Lightning community. Because I actually met quite a few people that got into Bitcoin through Lightning, which I think is cool and interesting. Because they wanted to tinker and they wanted to build, and they saw Lightning as a way for them to build applications, whereas like on the main Bitcoin chain, okay, the APIs weren't as accessible. You have, of course, 10-minute on average confirmation time that will get us to tomorrow's halving. By the way, are people split on halving and halvening? Is this like a GIF versus GIF thing?
I think the new thing is halvination.
Okay, because I say halving, but I don't know. Yeah, okay.
I say halving.
We can have our pronunciation wars So anyway, so what we had was the tinkerers and the people that got interested in Bitcoin through Lightning because they saw, say, analogies to the web, and they were excited about layer 2. They were excited about building it. I met more and more of these folks, and I think that's really cool. I love the fact that we're bringing more people into the Bitcoin community. So in the early days, you had testnet, and then there was the mainnet kind of various rollouts, and of course, there was drama because it's Bitcoin, and there's always going to be drama. And we were trying to say, okay, we want to be security first, as many people are in the Bitcoin world, and I know there was the reckless crowd, and you actually started Reckless VR.
Yeah.
But when you're building this technology and you know that it's early and things can go wrong. I mean, we're here in VR and we've encountered some bugs in the VR space, and then when you're dealing with early money. So there was some fun debates and drama back in the day. Like for example, people were running our LND implementation on mainnet, and we said, please don't do that yet. It's not ready, and they were doing it anyway because good luck telling Bitcoin people what to do. Of course, they won't listen. But people were really just experimenting. And, in the early days, I remember Blockstream set up a store where you could buy reckless stickers.
Yeah.
And there was TorGuard, this VPN, if folks know them. They were very early. Of course, BitRefill. I don't know if we have anybody from BitRefill in attendance, but they were extremely early. And actually, what was very cool is the day that we released the mainnet version of LND, our beta, at Lightning Labs, BitRefill actually just switched on mainnet for everyone because they had it running for folks that were testing. And I'll never forget, the next day, so that was March 15, 2018, my co-founder, our CTO, Lalu, and I and Brian Vu, our VP product, went to Airbnb. We were giving a presentation, and Lalu just demoed buying real cell phone minutes with Lightning in real time with real money. And people were just it worked instantly. And we were like, holy shit, this thing that we've been working on, it worked. And people at Airbnb were into it. They saw it in real time. They saw it instantly. And then, of course, how can we forget Satoshi's Place?
Oh, yeah.
So for those that are not familiar, Satoshi's Place was the first kind of breakout application in the Lightning world. And what it was is it was a version of, say, the $1 Million homepage where you paid 1 Satoshi per pixel to draw, right? Shout out to Lightning Koala, who's now over at River, who created it. And, of course, Reddit and the community got a hold of it, and, guess what happened? I'm sure folks can guess what happened next. So, you haven't made it in the world until you've, you've been defaced, with random obscenities on Satoshi's Place. But hey, that's all part of the journey. So, and then there were people, so my photo kept going up and then people would deface it. And then there were, and shout out to my team and friends, they were defending my image on that site. So, but no, it was a lot of fun. And I think.
Wait, what was the first thing you drew on Satoshi's Place?
The first thing I drew?
What was your creation? Yeah.
I think it was just logos. I was not doing anything. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay.
I know also my
I
friends
hope
over
for
at
something
Bitmap
spicy.
were defending their logo. Yeah, no. I guess I was trying to not deface it. But to me, one thing that was really interesting was, okay, I had friends that were not even in the Bitcoin world. Of course, they knew about Bitcoin. They knew a little bit about Lightning, and they were checking the site and they were sending me messages about it. And the idea permeated with people that you can pay 1 Satoshi, which today is, 8,000ths of a cent. It was a little bit more a few days ago. And that was wild to them. And that really showed the world, even if it's this kind of trivial use case, what's possible. And, there's a saying that some folks in Silicon Valley say, and that, the next big thing may start looking at a toy. And sure, this is not a serious endeavor, but it showed what's possible. So I would say the first breakout application in the Lightning world was Satoshi's Place, and the ability to show that you can send such a small amount and actually have something, kind of happen instantly on that basis.
Yeah, that was cool. How long after
Those
that
are
was
fun times.
Yeah. How long after
At
that
one
was the
point,
torch?
people would do takeovers of Satoshi's Place. So I remember at one point somebody did a full-fledged FBI warning, and they actually drew over the entire canvas. Of course, the whole time Lightning Call is making money when people were drawing over the entire canvas, but then people had actually archived the prior version, so then people reverted it. So there were actually pixel wars. And people were joking, should there be pixel futures or pixel options? So there was no shortage of drama, as always, in the Bitcoin world, and excitement.
Of course. Well, that's part of the fun. And then
totally.
How how long after that was the torch, the infamous lightning torch?
Oh wow. So the
Did I
torch
jump
started,
far into the future?
I know. Well, so the torch started in Jan of 2019, and I remember
Oh yeah.
being on Twitter and like getting like these ad replies and saying like, what are these people doing? Like they're sending around like in the very early days, it's like it was because I kept getting replies on it, and I was like, okay, they're sending around some money. They're calling it this torch thing. You know, credit to Hobo Not, you know, our favorite taco loving internet space cat. There was a whole lot of drama that came out of that, but I remember looking and saying, okay, like people are just sending around money. What's going on here? And then it just, you know, ballooned and it kind of it snowballed into something like much bigger than itself, right? And you know, people think like, oh, did we plan this or start it? And no, like it was just a community meme that evolved. By the way, people started later tried to start their own torches, and they were much more like AstroTurf like, and I feel like that didn't work. It really has to be organic and natural, right? So so then it gained steam and it became this community event. And, you know, of course, as always, there was excitement and drama in the early days, but at one point somebody just disappeared and they took the torch because the torch was not actually trustless. You actually had to trust the person to send the money onward and add 10,000 sats. And then so somebody just came in and, you know, gave their own money. And then that person actually, I believe, came back and eventually gave some of the money back. But there were, you know, issues along the way. But it was fascinating to see the torch emerge and a variety of people get it. And so then I think it was Matt Odell who was lobbying to have Jack Dorsey take the torch. And people think like, oh, did we plan this? And there was a marketing plan. No, like one day I got a message like, okay, Jack's gonna give you the torch. And I said, awesome. And that went, and you know, viral and people went crazy over it. And to me, part of what was so key was the torch. You know, it was the equivalent of the Internet Olympic torch, but with money around the world. And it doesn't make sense, but it really did, because you were able to send money in a variety of places around the world, and it ended up being something like 60 or more countries. The payments were happening instantly. People were tracking it. There were a variety of sites, and I don't know if folks saw videos, but there were also videos that actually showed you where the torch had gone and like where it had progressed. And a lot of community members that were maintaining these like fan sites and these lists and creating all these videos and memes around it. And it also showed people like today, if I were to try to send fiat, well, good luck, because the fees would be, you know, greater than the amount I would send. And I think there was something with Lightning's instant nature as compared to, you know, base layer Bitcoin that really captivated people's imaginations. So yeah, I mean, you know, the torch went on to Reid Hoffman. I know some activists in Venezuela got it, which is super cool, including Crypto Diana. And I know Melton got it, and a variety of really great people in the community.
Yeah, that was really cool. And it lasted for quite a while. I mean, for a few weeks. I don't know.
No, I believe it was something like 2 months. And at the end, it was donated to BTC Bitcoin Venezuela, although then there was a whole lot of drama around that individual who is not Satoshi.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. That happened as well.
The one thing about Bitcoin is, like, you will never be bored, right? I mean, the day this world gets boring, I don't know, maybe I'll do something else, but it's never ending, you know, excitement. So that's part of what makes it fun.
Yeah. There's always something to talk about. That's for sure. Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, yeah. So, okay. So we had I'm trying to remember, that was 2019 for the torch. And
yeah, it started in Jan 2019. And I remember Jack actually sent me the torch. It was in February.
Yeah. So I remember I think it went through the Tel Aviv Bitcoin Embassy at some point. And I remember, you know, typing away at the command line over at the embassy, trying to set things up. But I know not everyone used the command line for that and LND directly for that. I think we already had like pretty good GUI wallets with Lightning back then. And actually some stuff like changed. I mean, I remember that Lightning Labs used to have like a front end, a graphical UI front end for Lightning Wallet. I think it's deprecated right now, maybe. So Lightning Wallet, what I'm trying to say is Lightning Wallet changed a lot in the last maybe 6 months or so. There are some of the new ones, the new mobile ones, which are really kind of managed in a way that would manage opening channels for you. You wouldn't even know, how many channels you have open and so on, because the wallet will manage everything for you. How do you view that? Do you think that's the direction that like end user wallets are going to?
Yeah, I mean, so at Lightning Labs, we do have an end user app where it's more of a reference app these days, and because we saw so many other wallets emerge and develop really cool UIs, and as folks in the community know, there are some custodial options and non-custodial options. So I do think it mirrors, Bitcoin itself in that regard. And in the early days, it is going to be harder to use a non-custodial option, and so we've seen custodial versions emerge, and I think there'll be numerous options for both. Now, the hardcore folks want to hold, not your keys, not your coins, right? As we've discussed earlier today. So I think we've seen a lot of really cool evolution, and shout out to the variety of wallet developers, everyone from Breeze to Zap to Moon. Sank has built their Phoenix wallet, and there are a variety of the custodial options, the Blue Wallet, Wallet of Satoshi. Anyway, so there are a lot of folks that are out there. In fact, if anything, there's been somewhat of a renaissance in terms of wallet development, because there hadn't been that many new Bitcoin wallets that had emerged lately. And then in comes Lightning, and we see a whole host of folks building out Lightning wallets, which I think has been really exciting. And people are trying different options. They're working, some of them I would say are more usable, but maybe not as strong in terms of preserving, at the end of the day, Bitcoin security is going to make building more difficult today. So there are different approaches with different trade-offs, and I think people have been able to choose which is appropriate for them. I would warn folks again, if you're using a custodial option, definitely do not put more money than you're willing to lose. But generally, in this technology, I would say don't put a ton of money, as we discussed in the past.
Yeah. It's reckless. It's reckless to use a ton of money on a lot of things. Why would you put a ton of money on your phone anyway?
Yeah.
I mean,
exactly.
I don't want to. Yeah. So how do you, I guess you're in the camp that says all the options for Lightning wallets are good to, are worth being explored, right? Is that a good description of your position on that?
I think what will evolve will be somewhat like the Bitcoin wallet ecosystem, but possibly even more options, where there's not, and there shouldn't be one single point of failure or one wallet where everyone uses that, and different people are going to want different trade-offs and have different requirements. So I think it's been really heartening to see the evolution. For example, at Lightning Labs, we've run a wallet developer roundtable, which has been really cool to interact with a variety of folks building out LND-based wallets to hear their feedback. So to me, the more wallets, the better right now. And I want people to experiment, and I want to see what works and what doesn't work, and I want people to have those options.
Yeah. So one thing that we kind of hear seems like every couple of years it pops up again, the idea of and it really picked up in the last year, the idea of exchanges using Lightning for deposits and withdrawals and so on. I know Bitfinex added Lightning support in the last few months, I guess. I don't remember when that was.
It was December 2019, yeah.
Oh, you're in Lightning Encyclopedia. This is amazing. That's great. So what's your view on that? I know. So what's your view on exchanges and Lightning? So is that, because you now have Wombo channels, I guess, which are, for those who don't know, we don't. Okay, don't use Wombo channels. It's reckless.
Yet. Okay, so Wombo, for those that are not familiar, originates from SpongeBob, and credit to Lalu, aka Rusty, and some others.
It's an amazing name.
I think I just somehow missed SpongeBob. I mean, maybe there are some SpongeBob fans in the audience, but so Wombo means jumbo, kind of, sort of, and I Wombo and that is the name for large Lightning channels. So there have been limits in place since the various implementations went to mainnet, 0.167 BTC per channel, and then there were limits per transaction, although those have largely been lifted. That was 1/4 of that. So I believe in some of the other implementations, you can do Wumbo to an extent, but LND, the Lightning Labs implementation, does not yet have Wumbo support. So with Wumbo, you can opt in to have larger channel sizes. So the good news is you're not going to mistakenly open a massive channel because you're going to opt in. But this, to me, is key to the exchange adoption part because, if you can only have $1,500 USD per channel, well, turns out that's not a ton regarding exchanges, but there's a balance to be struck. And of course, we don't want people to have massive channels while Lightning is still in its relatively early days. But of course, welcome to Bitcoin. You can't tell people what to do. So what quite a few folks have done is they've created Wumbo channels also using LND because they just went in and modified it. So these are kind of unsupported Wumbo channels. I know, I believe Bitfinex has some, Bitrefill, quite a few other folks, Fold, etc. So Wumbo is already in use, but it's not officially supported yet in our LND implementation. We actually have a campaign at Lightning Labs Wumbo 2020. So, we're rooting for Wumbo this year. It's an election year in some places. So that's the goal. And so that plays into the exchange part because when Bitfinex launched in December, that was, to me, a really exciting step. It was the first major exchange. There had been a variety of smaller exchanges that had launched with Lightning support, and they were really blazing the trail. Obviously, we're here at this Kraken event. I know Pierre, who's somewhere in the audience, has been a big part of the Lightning community, is a big Lightning advocate, has been teaching also some large companies about Bitcoin and Lightning, which is really great. So to me, Wumbo is a key part of this. And of course, it's not, Wumbo can be turned on at any time. It's trivial from a code standpoint, but it's really saying, okay, things are stable enough, backups, there's been code review, stability, bug security issues, things like that. So I'm very excited for that milestone. I see that as a significant milestone. But we want to be security minded. And, as some folks may know, there was a CVE, a vulnerability across implementations that was disclosed last September. And, these types of things can happen. So we want to ensure, luckily those are patched, people upgraded, etc. But we want to be in a place where we are comfortable with people. Now, by the way, with Wumbo out, that's not to say that every user, should necessarily open massive channels. Like I would still recommend that to be the more advanced folks or the folks that have been using Lightning for a while and they know what's going on.
Yeah.
And that's all to say as well, in terms of exchanges. I think we'll see, I know quite a few exchanges out there are running nodes. Bitstamp is Kraken. I feel like Kraken is running nodes. But Bitstamp, BitMEX as well, obviously Bitfinex, and then a few others are running nodes but have not publicly announced that. So to me, that's been a really exciting step. That's something where people can kind of, before doing the full-fledged deposit and withdrawal, they can kind of jump in, check out the tech, engage with the community and all of that.
Yeah, that's awesome. So do you know if other implementations turned on Wumbo yet?
I believe there's somewhat support in other implementations.
Yeah. So I wanted to touch on that idea of multiple implementations. I remember even early on with Lightning, this always seemed super impressive to me. How of course there are always issues, but the different implementations seem to generally agree on the protocols and on changes and seem to move generally in the same direction without too many fights and drama, which, as we just mentioned a couple of times, in Bitcoin there's always a lot of drama, but it seems like
that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, but it seems like in the Lightning area you guys kind of keep it together and maintain a good direction for the ship without too many fights. I'm sure that you'll probably think...
Credit to the developer community, right? So for folks that don't know, there's the Bolt specification, And every week there are IRC meetings, or maybe it's every other week now. Yeah, I think it's every other week around the spec and the implementation. And a lot of the developers have really worked hard on coming to agreements. And there are technical fights, or like debates and all of that. But compatibility is key, right? I mean, it's not multiple Lightning networks. There's only one Bitcoin, there's only one internet, and there's only one Lightning network, at least on Bitcoin, but I would say even more broadly. And so we need things to be interoperable. And yeah, there have been kind of things here or there where they're unintentionally, not compatible, and then the developers will talk and we'll work to fix them. But to me, at the end of the day, if somebody were to go off and have an incompatible implementation, like that doesn't help anybody. Now, that's all to say that, for example, in LNG, we have built out some features that sometimes haven't yet been released in other implementations, and we want to ensure that things are interoperable. But I think there's an interesting balance. We want to ensure interoperability, but we're also, building out some new features and trying to be compatible with the spec as well.
Yeah. So that's maybe a good chance to talk about a few of the new features coming to LND or that were released in the last couple of months. So LSAT is kind of new, right?
Yes. So now I get to trigger Marco wherever he is. So in this case, it is not referring to any kind of law school entrance exams. It's an acronym for Lightning Service Authentication Tokens, so not to be confused with ICOs. But for those that do not know, this is an authentication and payment protocol to enable people to, say, pay for digital goods or APIs without a username and password. And to me, when we announced that, the initial version of the protocol and an initial implementation for it, people got really excited because, today, why is it that I have to go on every site, create a username, create a password, like enter, if I'm using fiat, my credit card info in there, now so many providers have all this personal information about me. Of course, when it comes to physical goods, things are a little bit different, but in a digital world where there are more and more digital goods, APIs, things along those lines, what if you could just pay per API call? Also fraud. Okay, so you pay with your credit card for, say, something like AWS, and actually, it's fraud and it's not actually your card. Well, in this case, you can actually authenticate. You don't have the chance of fraud because you actually atomically with each payment know that it's been delivered and made, which is really cool. So it's an early version of a really exciting technology. So we released LSAT, the first version a few weeks ago, and I know people are starting to build and want to see what's possible. So yeah, I can't wait to see what people build. Shout out to folks like Kieran who were experimenting with this early on around the ability to, say, pay for articles. You can do streaming audio, video. You can do API type things. You could do some interesting things in terms of gaming. So I can't wait to see what people build out there.
Cool. And we'll hear more about LSAT next week on the next Reckless VR meetup, which you should all join.
Yeah, Ollie, one of our devs has, I know he's preparing a really cool talk.
Yeah, that should be fun. Ollie joined us, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, and he gave a great presentation, and I'm really looking forward to having him again. So but maybe that's a good time to take some questions from the audience. What do you think?
Okay, well, I wanted to actually talk a little bit more about some of the other new technologies. Which ones were you thinking? And then let's do questions.
Okay, so there's the loop in and out thing, which isn't super new, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I think so. Some people say, okay, Lightning's open source. How can you make money? Because we are a startup. We build a lot of open source technology, and that's one of my passions, and we're very committed to that. But we also are a company, and we do have investors. So Loop is the first of several financial products that we are working on top of Lightning. And one of the cool things about Loop, and credit to Alex Bosworth, one of our devs as well, who's done a lot of. I know he actually did a cool Loop talk in your
that's true.
At your VR meetup as well. But at the end of the day, what Loop enables is for people to allocate funds on Lightning to be able to more effectively send and receive. So if you think about the Lightning Network, you have amazing speed, amazing scalability, you have very low fees, but there's a trade-off, which is you have liquidity requirements. You need to allocate capital. So Loop helps you do so. So you can either loop in, which is swapping funds from the Bitcoin chain into Lightning, or you can loop out, which enables you to swap funds from Layer 2 Lightning into Bitcoin. And one key element of this is it's non-custodial. So actually, we're excited about the non-custodial financial products that Lightning enables. And a lot of these have not previously been possible. But one other thing that I think is really cool and interesting is we can aggregate. So for example, with Loop, so Alex sometimes talks about what he terms now as cyber loop, but you can actually aggregate a whole host of transactions into one on-chain transaction. And, in a way, what is Lightning doing? But you could say have thousands or millions of payments and then aggregate those into, maybe one transaction on and one transaction off on chain. So to me, there's something really exciting about being able to use that block space and aggregate transactions. And I think we'll see more and more interesting use cases emerge around that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
That's
and
cool.
one final shout out to Yoast, one of our devs, who just released a cool post on MPP, multi-path payments. It enables you to effectively split up payments. You could call it sharding in a way. And that's now gone into the latest LND version. People are really excited about this tech. And it helps with routing efficiency. It helps with liquidity. It helps with privacy. Because instead of having one jumbo channel, you could actually split up payments. So it can really help with the robustness and the resiliency of the network.
Yeah. That's actually, I was surprised that it's getting ready at this point so soon, because I always thought, well, this will take decades, but apparently not. So that's really cool.
We do what we can, The Lightning
because it's
stop.
complex. No, I mean it's a complex thing. So
and there have been a lot of technical debate, which is great. I love when people get excited about the stuff.
Of course. Okay. So I think we can take some questions. I know a lot of people told me that they're excited to. So here's what we're gonna do. You guys are gonna see a button with the title "Raise Hand" on the right bottom corner of your screen, and just press that if there's anything you want to ask. So let's go with Kenneth first. Kenneth, go ahead.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, fantastic. Elizabeth, thank you for the talk. It was really fantastic. Thank you for having the question. I think one thing I really wanted to know was, currently, what do you see as some of the biggest technical limitations of the Lightning Network? And if you assume that things develop, in the very distant future, in the ideal way that people want it to, do you think that those technical limitations will still persist?
Yeah, okay, great question. By the way, I like how a robot just randomly appeared and then went through. Well, we were asking questions. Hi, robot. Welcome to VR space. Yeah, I mean, so to me, there are a variety of technical limitations, there are usability limitations and liquidity limitations, and they're actually kind of intertwined. For example, today, Jesse spoke in the previous session about how we've come a long way in terms of Bitcoin usability, but it's still not super easy to use, right? Even, with new addressing formats, it's still a whole host of letters and numbers, and it's not super intuitive, and it's not, you can't have the human readable element. We can get to, say, Zuko's triangle in that regard. But, and then you have just the sheer number of, say, protocol developers. So, at Lightning Labs, depending on you count it, maybe 6 or 7, and then you've got the other implementations out there. There just aren't that many developers. Much like with Bitcoin Core, you actually have relatively few devs. Now, if we had 1,000 devs, I'm not sure that would change that either. But building out the infrastructure really just does take time. So, for example, I would say the liquidity element, which is part technical and part financial, is one of the major limitations. And one thing that was really cool, so Udi, we hung out in Berlin at the Lightning Conference back when we used to meet in real space back in October. That was really fun. Like, I don't know how many folks made it to Berlin, but to see the community in person. But one of the things that I loved about it was, first of all, there was a lot of honesty. Our community is not about bullshitting, right? So we're going to actually say, okay, this is a problem. This is a challenge. We had a lot of devs talking about, challenges in routing, liquidity, and a variety of protocol-related aspects. But then people were actually motivated to propose solutions. And I like some of the tweets afterward said, hey, this liquidity aspect's a requirement. So for example, if you're using a non-custodial wallet and you want to receive funds, well, you either need somebody to open a channel to you, or you need to say send funds out first, or you need something like Loop. But one of the key points about the conference was, a lot of the discussion and presentations were about solutions to the requirements, say for inbound liquidity, to enabling, more efficient routing. So to me, I really appreciated that, but the community is not going to say, these problems are solved. They're going to say, okay, we know these are problems, there are challenges, and here's how we're looking to address them. So that's one thing I really appreciate about the community. It's like, this is how I phrase it, right? So in terms of, for example, there's been a really interesting use case lately, Lightning Chat. So people aren't just sending payments, but they're actually sending messages over the Lightning Network. And there's some fun debate about that. And some folks are saying, well, that's spam. And then for other people, they're saying, no, Lightning can actually be, a more general purpose data related network. And then some people will say, well, can that actually scale? Shout out to Ryan Gentry over at Multicoin, who wrote a really cool blog post about this. I recommend that folks go read it. And then Sphinx.chat, check that out, from Stack, created a Lightning chat app. So that's an interesting technical case where, like, can the network, it's funny because we think about Lightning as a scalability solution, but what if you're just sending packets? What if you're sending billions upon billions of messages, every minute or so? So that's been a really interesting debate. And it's fun to watch it evolve. But Yoast from Lightning Labs also created WhatsApp, not to be confused with WhatsApp. And I think there's something called Juggernaut out there. Send many. So one of the great things about this community is if there's like, okay, here's this challenge, here's this technical debate. Can Lightning be used for chat? Should it be used for chat? And then people just start building. So that's all to say that in terms of, like, to me, interestingly, I'm actually a little bit, there are technical challenges, no doubt, but I'm actually more concerned about the liquidity and the usability challenges, because I believe, knowing our technical team and knowing the developer community, and like even hearing about what they've come up with, and with things like MVP, what they're working on, like, I think we'll get past that. If you think about the early days of IP, people said that the internet protocol would not scale, and there were a lot of problems and limitations, and like, IPv5,
yeah, that's cool.
Very, very.
Thanks for the question, Karen.
Do we have time for like any more questions?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Well, let's do an interesting one. So we have Shinobi here. Shinobi's been telling me he's going to join for a long time, and I think that's the first time I'm seeing her here. So
shout out to the MCC. I know Shinobi was involved with this Magical Crypto Conference organizers, because they put on a great event last year. And I was just thinking today that we were supposed to have an all-day Lightning session at MCC in New York.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We're in VR instead. But all right, cool.
We have a lot of colorful things here too. Yeah, Shinobi, go ahead. Shinobi? Oh. I can't really hear you, unfortunately. I can see you. Are you maybe muted? I think you're muted.
Okay, let's do another one.
Okay,
and let's
you
have
can
Shinobi
try-
send the question via chat.
Yeah. You can try to type it and send it to me as a message, and I'll read it
Cool.
out. So, okay, we have Andreas. Go ahead. No audio? No. Okay. Let's see. Maurizio?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Woo! We got somebody.
Well, first of all, I just want to thank you, Elizabeth, for talking, and you for putting this together. It's great. My first time here. And you kind of answered half my question. I was going to ask you about the trend that we were seeing with messages over Lightning. And I was going to ask you a follow-up question about whether you think something like that will be integrated into the Lightning app that you're working on in the future.
All right, testing.
Oh.
Shinobi's back.
Okay. Let's have. While we have Shinobi, we can have two people ask questions, and I can answer them one after the other. Do you want to ask her, Shinobi?
Sorry, you were cutting out a little bit.
What's your attitude
Shinobi?
on
Okay,
Lupin kind of synergizing with things like Liquid and state chains going forward to kind of deal with some of those liquidity issues when blocks start getting full?
Okay, really interesting question. Okay, I'm going to start with the first one. So actually, in terms of chat, as mentioned, that's one of these emerging use cases. There's a really fun debates as to whether that can scale and, how people are running nodes to hold it up. Definitely check out Sphinx.chat. To me, right now, there are three kind of emerging use cases that I've identified, and there are a lot out there. I mean, there are really cool companies doing Lightning to Fiat, which it's funny how quickly things move. Like that was a big, like last fall, that all happened. You have River, you have Escher, you have what Zap's doing, you have. I see three major trends, if you will. We've got the chat use case. We have Lightning Gaming, so there's Mintgox, there are a whole host of Lightning startups, Satoshi's Games, Thunder Labs, EBD. And then the third, and I don't know what to call it yet, and I don't really like calling it this, but you could almost say it's Lightning DeFi, but maybe we need a better word. Lightning
I'm leaving.
Fi.
I'm leaving. I'm done. Bye.
Lightning Fi. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm done.
So I don't know. So there's been a lot of interesting discussion in the mailing list lately around DLC, discrete log contracts. Credit to Taj, who wrote that paper, was one of the original paper co-authors over at MIT, about interesting, I'd say, financial assets that can be built in Lightning-like ways. There's LN markets for folks that don't know that. That's more like limited, I'd say, transiently CFI, where you actually have, it's a BitMEX type site using Lightning where you send funds in and you can, they have derivatives and things like that. And they say there's RGB. I know some folks are working on assets on top of Lightning. So I'm actually really interested to see how that emerges. And we've talked in the past about Lightning Fi. Please, guys, come up with a better name because I don't want DeFi. And by the way, one thing I find really interesting about the DeFi world is nobody talks about the fact that oracles are, centralized or federated, right? So at the end of the day, if your oracle goes down, then, good luck. Yeah. So there are definitely choke points there as well. And then, of course, you've got, 25 million bugs that just happen to come around.
Everyone.
So hopefully we can build more resilient and more secure systems that don't just have, re-entrancy bugs. Diverging from the original question. But one thing I love about our community is we do have these new use cases emerging, and it's like, okay, somebody's built this new tool and this new use case that you hadn't thought of. Satoshi's place being a great example of like, did you really think that was going to happen? Or say Pollo Feed. I was very sad to see some of the chickens passed away.
Oh.
But yeah, you can feed chickens
But yeah,
on the
good
internet.
life.
Yeah. And Desiree, I know she loved Pollo Feed, and we did feed chickens on Yahoo Finance. People were excited about that. Okay, to Shinobi's question. So what's going on right now with fees, right? Because we have seen fees spike on chain, and typically when there's a lot of trading and a lot of volatility, that tends to happen. So one interesting thing about Loop In, and Shinobi I feel like is pretty advanced, is you can actually use Loop to enable on-chain deposits and withdrawals without actually integrating Lightning. Of course, you have to use a Loop service. So for example, you could send, if you're on Lightning, you could send to an exchange directly on-chain via a loop. So you actually send a loop out, and that goes to your exchange address. And then you could also do the opposite, where you could actually do withdrawals, where you send on-chain, and then it goes into Lightning via loop in. So my prediction is this. I do think we'll see increasing fee pressure, and I know there are a lot of debates about this, but I'm in the camp of miners, especially now with the halving coming tomorrow. Miners need to be compensated, they need to be incentivized, there's a balance to be struck. But I do think we'll see a degree of fee pressure, and transactions that are small and that don't really make sense to be on chain will move to layer 2. In terms of like liquid and state chains, like to me there are going to be a variety of solutions, and that's a good thing. Solutions that can actually take pressure off the base chain and move it to these different layers, I think is going to be a good thing for resilience. But at the end of the day, I believe we should have fees. I believe we should compensate miners. Miners should be incentivized. We should have this underlying security of the network. And I think we'll actually see interesting competition between Lightning and base layer. For example, if Lightning fees were to go up, well, it's going to have to be competitive. People will just go on chain, right? So let's say somehow Lightning fees, like right now fees are very low. They should hopefully be low, but let's say node operators wanted a fee hike, well, then people would just move on chain. So there will be a market that emerges. Interestingly, on Lightning, fees are typically percentage-based, whereas I'm sure folks know, on chain, they're based on space. So really compressing all those Lightning transactions into on-chain fees and transactions, I think is going to be really interesting. But my guess is we see more of a market emerged. I talked about this a bit in Berlin, on stage there. And also, we've actually seen, so people think about deploying capital Lightning. So for example, our dev Alex Bosworth, CEO of Yalls as well, he runs a bunch of nodes, tweeted he saw a substantial return. He saw more than his invested capital or deployed capital in 1 month. It was March or April, transacted on this node, and he actually saw quite substantial fees. So he's actually seeing a return on capital. So in a world of 0 to negative interest rates, well, okay, now you can deploy your capital in Lightning and you can make a return on that. That actually starts to get to be a very interesting proposition. So I'm excited to see what emerges there.
Yeah, cool. And thanks for the question, Shinobi.
Yeah, those were all really great questions. I know we're at time, and I know it's getting late for some folks.
Yeah, I mean, do we have Maurizio still here? Maybe we can finish his line of thought, but yeah, if not, then I guess we can just end here. But it was really great. I'm really happy that
yeah, my
bring you
first
into
VR
the world
experience,
of VR.
It was an adventure to get the headset, but I made it. By the way, I feel like we're in New York City right now. At least we can see the really cool bridge, and I am from New York, so it was awesome to see.
Yeah.
To be in kind of, sort of.
Almost. And with friends.
Sitting here
so,
never sleep. All right, well,
Yeah.
well, thanks everyone. Can't wait to finally see in person at some point in the future. And
Hopefully
in the
soon.
meantime, like we'll be on the internet building. And by the way, one final point, you know, in the midst of everything that's happened, to me, this has only made the use case, obviously for Bitcoin, you know, money printing, but also for Lightning, digital money, internet native money, like even more apparent and I'd say more urgent. So I'm really excited to keep building this and with our awesome community involved.
Cool.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everyone.
Elizabeth. And I guess thanks also to everyone in Kraken that made it happen. Is Pete here? Pete? Feel free to come on stage if you want to.
Yeah, come up here.
To take a selfie or something.
Yeah, how do you take selfies? I saw that on Twitter, but I didn't know how to do that.
Let's take a selfie. Come here.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Yes.
Oh, excellent. I'm like, let's see. How do we do this?
Let's do it with the audience. Let's do the other way around.
Oh, I only took it with myself.
You do it.
It was just of me.
Okay, what you should do, you should stand next to me.
Okay.
Stand by my side.
Should I move?
Yeah.
Should I move the other
In
way?
here. Yep, stand here.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, still just me.
Whoops.
Okay. I think
Whoop.
Are we doing this? Okay.
We're trying. Okay. Here we go.
I'm just gonna stay here.
Yeah, we did it.
Nice.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
if everybody can hear me, thanks for coming out and thanks for staying. You know, it was kind of a crazy idea, but, you know, we thought it was important to get everybody together and, you know, we're still giving away an Oculus Quest, so, or Oculus Rift, which one is it?
I believe we're giving a Quest, yeah, an Oculus Quest.
Giving away a Quest, so if you go to Twitter at KrakenFX, you get some more details about how to get that. It's a cool giveaway there. Otherwise, yeah, hopefully we'll be keeping this going by sponsoring Udi's events. So we'll see you at the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to have the next VR meetup this Saturday. If you like this, then you should absolutely join next weekend for, I guess, a deeper dive into LSAT. And we're doing those every weekend. So if you want to get invites, you can go to recklessvr.com and sign up to the newsletter, or find RecklessVR on Twitter or Telegram, and get invites to all of our weekly events. It's a lot of fun. And that's it. I think that's it. All that's left is the halving at this point.
And thanks again
You
to the
guys-
Kraken for putting together this,
Absolutely.
this awesome
Absolutely.
event with, like, really great speakers.
Cool.
This was one of the biggest VR events, I think, of this kind. Like,
Did you see
not
that,
even in the Bitcoin
Offspace,
community, but generally.
Offspace tweeted out our thing. I thought it was crazy.
Cool.
Offspace what?
That's cool.
They tweeted out our tweet about the event.
Nice.
Cool.
Awesome.
That's really cool.
What do we do now? Is there like food or something?
Food, yeah, just in the back, yeah.
And we don't even have to socially distance.
Right.
Yeah. Now is the time for selfies. No, I guess the time for selfies was all along, but also now. Yeah.
I like looking at the bridge.
That's allowed. Yes. But thanks, Pete. That was great. I'm really happy with this.
I'm surprised.
I think people have fun.
Huge turnout, yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Shinobi? Did he leave?
Yeah, Shinobi, where are you? I'm looking for you.
Just in and out. He just wants to
Hey man, thanks for your help. This was great.
Okay, I don't know how to take a selfie. Okay, I gotta take a selfie. Woo! How do you do it? Okay, so you know on the little panel where it's got a circle around it, there's a little picture, like a little circle.
What?
At the bottom, below the time. Oh, yeah, I see it.
Well, you want to take a selfie?
Oh, I can get it. Hold on. Let me move. There we go. All right, let's get a selfie,
Okay.
guys.
Okay.
Who's doing the fireworks?
There's so many people. Okay, I'm gonna take one.
Was it?
I turned around. We'll do this one more time. Turn the wrong way.
Okay, which way?
1, 2.
Alright, I'll see you later.
Selfie. Oh.
Why is there a snowball?
You like died for a minute.
Awesome. How can I get a firework?
That's a good question. I am also
Is
wondering.
Shinobi here?
He just comes in with a hard question and then dips out.
Udi, we cannot hear you in the other rooms.
Oh yeah, we're only in this room. There are a lot of other people in other rooms.
More rooms.
This is the best room.
This is the best room, yes.
Yeah, we need availability for alt space so we can get everyone in the same room.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the other rooms are pretty full too.
So is it kind of random of which room you're assigned to? Because I actually, I hopped off because my headset wasn't working. Came back to this room.
This is the main room.
Wait, where's Udi?
So, Udi's his body is here, but his soul is elsewhere. No, he's here.
Accept questions from the people in this room?
No, it was
No,
everybody.
you can get the questions from everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so anyone who's in a different instance, when they're asking a question, they pop into all of the instances just like present.
Got it.
Did you make your
Okay.
hair Kraken purple?
Yeah, and actually with the lighting labs, we also use purple, so I was like, I might as well dye my hair during the
Wicked.
quarantine.
Elizabeth, I'm curious. I have a question.
Hi.
I made a video about living on
Thank
Bitcoin
you.
in 2020.
Max, there are about, I think, we had like 5 rooms at one point, and
Oh,
then now
shoot.
at the end we had
Sorry,
only
I can't.
3 rooms.
It's hard to hear. You
Um,
want to walk, like, so that
With the
other people are
moderators, we
doing
can
well?
jump from one room
Yeah,
to
yeah.
another
Okay.
to make sure that
sorry, I
everything.
just wanted to notice my video.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see the rooms, you know.
Which video? But do you see them like you're jumping between rooms, not all at the same time, right?
Basically, I live on
Right.
lightning.
There. What do you mean? No, we just have to choose one, and
Oh, you
we can
choose
jump
one.
between them.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I could be talking to you, and then you're like in another room, and you don't even realize.
Yeah, of course we cannot. Yeah, no. Actually, no. That happens only with the moderators. Like they have an option which is called on air. When somebody is on air, everybody can see him, but they can hear, they can talk only with the people from their room. You know.
Got it.
Yeah.
So you're a
That's
zombie
what-
in 2 rooms and alive in 1.
Yeah, exactly. But if somebody asks a question, they hear the person from other rooms. You know, if you give them on air option, you know.
Got it.
Of course they have. Yeah.
Can't wait. Just give me feedback, I guess, when you see it. I'd love to hear what you saw when you have something to watch.
There were 6 rooms at one point. Yeah.
Desiree, I don't know if she.
Wait, I'll tell you right now.
Yeah,
So
so
at the
three
moment,
of them.
at the moment there are 3 rooms. Yeah.
Send her until.
Okay, we'll do.
Elizabeth,
Awesome.
you guys are
But we, that's the maximum.
The regular meetups are kind of like this, where we just chat.
Yep, it's a little bit more intimate. This venue's kind of more of a large scale.
Only to the
Got it.
Yeah,
like
it's
everyone
pretty
else,
similar.
in the sense of like, well, the world's gone crazy, but no, I mean, in terms of working remotely, we're actually
Right.
a little person.
Okay, cool.
Yes, but when you have speakers, you need muting.
Yeah, yeah.
Which is almost like
Cool,
That
guys.
stuff
Well, I'm
that-
out.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Nice to meet
Happy
you.
having. Likewise, and I'll hopefully see you all next
Happy having.
Saturday.
LSAT,
Yep, happy having.
See you.
MPP stuff. So
Happy happening.
Oh, all right. What's it called? Oh, it's on your.
Thank you. This is like trying to move
How's it
around.
going? Yep. Okay. All right, I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find it on Twitter. Sweet.
When
All
is
right,
it
take care, guys.
starting?
Is that Pete?
I don't know if we're doing VR chat now.
Pete?
Did you talk to
Hello?
him? You know if we
He might be in
do
another room.
jump to VR chat?
Pete?
So in a few hours?
Liz, he might be in another room.
I don't know if you're
Oh, got it.
Oh, okay, tomorrow. Okay.
No, just offline. Not in another room. If you can see him, he's just offline.
He might have put his stuff down.
Yeah, exactly.
I did that earlier.
His headset is on a table or something.
I think I stopped for today.
Who's he?
Like 5
He's
hours.
strangling
Pete.
Ah, I
Anyway,
see.
Tomorrow.
we're not live anymore, right, Udi?
Yeah, it's off. It's done. It's over.
Cool.
Yeah,
We can say whatever we want.
I know it.
This is it.
Perfect.
We're actually hiring, which is interesting given the backdrop. But we're hiring for business operations manager, like 2 to 5 years of experience, can be anywhere, ideally in a U.S. time zone. So if folks are interested, shoot us an email.
I'll check it
Jobs
out.
at learning.engineering. Yeah. So
Cool. But do you like have physical meetings? Because those get
not typically, no, we're very distributed. We do have retreats. Typically, we actually did our last one in Brazil at the end of February, which is like the last possible
Amazing.
we could have done one.
wow.
And it was awesome. It was so fun.
Nice.
Yeah. We had a meetup in
You
São
nailed
Paulo
it.
where people flew in from all over Brazil to like meet like the lightning team and talk about lightning, and there
Right.
were a bunch of exchanges, did a dinner, super fun. But anyway, back when we used to do such things. But yeah, if folks know of folks that would want to do business operations, working for our VP of operations.
When you guys hire, do you look for general Bitcoin and crypto experience, or does it have to be very in depth, like Lightning?
No.
Obviously,
I mean,
engineering is stuff.
No. I mean, obviously it depends on the role, but like I would just say, we ideally just people that have an interest. Like if they're already like they know a bunch, great. But obviously, if you're not interested in Bitcoin, why do you